I think we are about ready to begin. If you will all rise for the invocation given by Bishop Carmody and the pledges, please. Thank you, Bishop Carmody, for being here this morning.
Good and gracious God, we thank you for the Commissioner's Court that is assembled here this day. We thank you for the great sacrifices they make to take care of our county. We cannot forget those who have gone before us, who served this county for many, many years. And Lord, we benefit from their service. For we all drink from wells we never dug, and we warm ourselves from fires we never built. So we have received great blessings from those who went ahead of us. Lord, in our time we have to do great things so that future generations will also benefit from our work, and the county will enjoy the sacrifices that the present people make. Lord, a few years ago, at the inaugural of one of our presidents, it was a dreary day in Washington, Lord, as you remember. But that president said, as he looked out over the snow and the ice, he says, we can change what is happening if we have a positive attitude and we see the good things that happen. We can force the spring. We can bring joy into a cold, miserable day. So Lord, let us do great things. Let us work together to help people to use the talents you have given them. And Lord, let us stay away from negative people. Lord, we have said many times, don't walk away from negative people. Run. So we have to see positive things, Lord, because you do great things. And let us help one another, affirm one another. Realize that we're all brothers and sisters working together. And to remember that the rising tide raises all boats. So when we help one another and do good things for one another, the whole county benefits. Bless our present commissioners. We thank those who went ahead of us. And Lord, may we leave a great treasure for those who will follow. Bless and guide us always. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Yes. Yes. Very honored to have you with us today. It is 9:05 a.m. We have all commissioners and judge present. We are at 901 Leopard in the commissioners' courtroom, and I am certifying that there is a quorum present. This meeting will bring to order. Moving to item D, do we have any announcements on disclosure of conflicts of interest? If we don't have any at this time, if something comes up during the meeting, you can always disclose it at that time. Item E, we are happy to have with us today the introduction of the County Extension Agent for 4-H and Youth Development, our new employee, Warner Seidel. I believe in the past, just for clarification, if someone asks, we have voted on this position when it's an open position, but this is just an open position that was posted. They want to introduce him. There was no change in salary. That was not a created position, so there should be no vote required on this. And we're happy to meet you, happy to have you here today.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm going to go ahead and go with my spiel anyway.
Okay,
I'm Donnie Montemayor. I'm District Extension Administrator, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Warren Seidel. Warren comes to us from being an experienced agent in the 2 counties in north, probably, I guess it's northeast Texas, north central Texas. He's currently a county extension agent for agriculture in Hood County, in Granbury, Texas, and he's from the Cuero area. So we are fortunate that he's going to come and lead a very active 4-H program, probably one of the most active 4-H programs in Texas, over 800 young people, and almost 30 clubs in Nueces County. You have any questions for Warren?
I don't think we have any questions, but we would love to hear from you. And yes.
Well, I appreciate y'all having me. I'm really excited to be here in this position. I grew up in this district, and so I've seen the success that it's come from Nueces County, and I'm excited to be able to come here and manage and work with the people of the county and the communities, and that's what my office door will always be open. So if y'all have ideas for 4-H and youth development, just swing by and holler at me.
Thank
so
you.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
We
Welcome.
wish you all the best and welcome you to the county.
Thank you.
It was June 1st is his start date.
Oh, June 1st. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
June.
you.
Thank you.
Moving on item F, this recognition, we have moved to, I would like to move to the 24th meeting. I believe that the law enforcement officer was told 10 o'clock and can't be here before then, so we're just going to move that one. I make a motion to move that, I guess.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. We will see him and recognize his 27 years, I believe, in service, so thank you. Item G, and recognizing the Toloso Midway Warriors powerlifting team in the state competition, and Ms. Deanna King is going to read that resolution. I will make a motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And Ms. King, if you want to read that, please.
Sure. On March 22nd, 2024, the Toloso Midway Warriors powerlifting team competed for state titles in Abilene, Texas. The team placed 7th in the overall state competition. The Toloso Midway Warriors powerlifting team consists of Caleb De La Cerda, Tristan Davila, Jose Daniel Flores, Michael Guajardo, Frank Munguia, Jaden Kemp, Gilbert Perez, Adam Alvarez, Jaden Gutierrez, Noah Kaiser, Israel Perez, Sean Quintanilla, Matthew Rodriguez, and George Garcia. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Toloso Midway Warriors powerlifting team for their hard work and dedication in the 2024 state competition.
Thank you, Ms. King. And I believe your coach is here, wants to say a few words. I'd also like to note out to our county employees that JJ's son is on this powerlifting team. Would you raise your hand? All right, there you are. One of our employees' children, yes. I'm sorry, Coach.
Not to put you on the spot or anything, but
Yeah.
Good morning. We'd like to thank Mr. Commissioner Robert Hernandez for the invitation. Thank you today. Today is a reflection of the hard work that these student athletes have put in. They have not only powerlifting, they do other sports, as well as many academic endeavors through school, one-act play, UIL competition, and things of that nature, while also trying to keep up their grades and compete. This is the most that Toloso Midway has taken to regionals, and we were fortunate to come away with regional championship. 9 of them went on to compete at the state level, where we had 2 fourth-place finishers and 1 state champion in the 132 class, Tristan Davila, who's going to speak after me, and he also holds all the records in that weight division.
Wow.
And we also walked away with 3 all-academic state team participants. We would have had more, but they only allow you to nominate seniors. So we had 3 all-academic state champions as well. And so thank you once again for the invitation and letting us be recognized here today.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Tristan.
Hello. This powerlifting season was one to remember. This current year, we had 14 people compete at regionals. In addition, we secured regional champs. For state, we had 10 people compete, a major accomplishment for the school. This meant a lot to me because last year it was just 4 of us going to state, and I myself bombed out. This year was way different. People were working, progress was being made. Overall, one of the strongest TM powerlifting teams the school has produced, and we couldn't have done it without each other this year. It meant a lot to me because I went to state my first year, predicted a win, and I bombed out. Ever since then, I dedicated myself to never let that happen. This year, we changed it from state bomb out to one of the best 132ers to ever do it, taking all records and having the highest total in history with everyone supporting me, my coaches, my family, and most importantly, my team. I felt like I was unstoppable. The coaching staff was great. Coach Kyle and Coach Galvan were by my side the entire time. At state, making sure I was good, writing my records down to get announced. Once again, our team this year was one to remember.
Thank you.
Thank
Exciting. We have a proclamation for y'all, if you'd like to come up here.
Judge, I would like to say a few
Yes,
words.
uh-huh.
I want to congratulate this team from Tolosa Midway for putting Tolosa on the map again. And where I don't agree with you, young man, you didn't bombed out. You participated. I think you're still a champion. Okay? So anytime you do what others don't stand up to do, I don't think that's bombing out. I think you're a great person, and you all are going to be great role models. Thank you all for what you did. Thank you, Jonathan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. We would like for y'all to come up and get a photo with us if you could, please. Yonder days. You can still remember back that far? I'm joking. 5 years. Can we get everybody, maybe some of us in the front, we'll go down. Yes. Maybe you guys, all of you stay back there with the guys, and we'll take this half and go down front. Yeah. Divide and conquer. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Very good job. Keep on going. Keep on going. Remember, education is more important.
Yeah, we'll let our state go on. Slide in here with you guys. See everybody organized? Get along their side. Yeah, in between David. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, guys. Congrats. The next item up is a recognition of the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Islanders women's basketball team for their successful 2023-24 season and their exceptional performance at the NCAA Division I women's basketball tournament. We love to have our Islander team in here. Thank you for being here. I will accept a motion to pass the resolution.
Don't move, Judge.
So move.
We have a motion and a
Second.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez, second. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and I think Emily's going to read this. Thank you.
Okay. Whereas the Texas A&M Corpus Christi women's basketball team, coached by Royce Chadwick and the rest of the Islanders staff, are coming off a historic 2023-2024 season. Whereas, with a 23-9 overall record, the Islanders made a run in the Southland Conference Championship and defeated top-seeded Lamar to win their first-ever tournament title and advanced to the NCAA tournament, where they went to play in the first round at number 1 USC. It was the program's first-ever trip to the Big Dance, as the postseason appearance capped one of the most successful seasons the school has seen. Whereas the 23 wins marked the second most in a single season for the Islanders and was enough to help Chadwick reach 750 wins in his career as head coach. Chadwick has coached all 3 championships the program has seen, all coming in the last 5 seasons. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court in Nueces County, does hereby recognize the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi women's basketball team on an outstanding 2023-2024 season.
We're fighting over who should thank you first. So, thank you very much for this recognition. We are thrilled. It is an incredible opportunity to bring our community into the national spotlight for excellence, and certainly these women are absolutely excellent, outstanding team, wonderful representatives of the Island University, and they are not only fierce on the court, but they are wonderful, wonderful young women, leaders, and outstanding academically. If I could brag just for a moment, Coach Chadwick has been with us for quite some time, and he is just an absolute outstanding coach. And so we were right at the door in 2020, thinking we were on our way to March Madness when COVID hit, and that team didn't get to play. And this year, these young ladies said, we're going to be the team that brings this home for Coach Chadwick, and of course for themselves, because this is an incredible honor for them. And they delivered 100%. So we are very proud of them. They have conducted themselves in a manner that makes everyone in our community proud. They fought fiercely against an incredible opponent in March Madness, and once again beat the spread. So we like to say, never ever bet against the Islanders. So it was quite an incredible opportunity. We also want to thank you for your support for just athletics in general. Last year, we had 8 championships on the island for our various sports, and they won the season tournament championship last year. This year, they won both season and the tournament, so that was really, really exciting. But we are also very excited for what this season will bring. So we're not counting our eggs before they've hatched, but we have one in cross country. Of course, the women's team won the tournament. We've won women's beach volleyball already this season for the season, and we just won this week women's tennis. So we are doing great things, and are just really thankful for all the support that you bring us. And we're grateful for the opportunity to shine a spotlight on our community with Corpus Christi in the name of our institution. We know that people are Googling our university and Googling this area and are really excited to see the things happening. So thank you for your support. And now I'd like to bring up the real superstars, beginning with Coach Chadwick.
Brent gave me some advice that you always let your boss speak first, and I said, okay, you know, I'm going to do that. We're humbled to be here today. We were very honored to walk out on that floor in Los Angeles against the University of Southern California with Texas A&M Corpus Christi on our chests, and we had Corpus Christi in our hearts, and we had all our families representing them in the NCAA tournament, and these young ladies fought and did everything they could do to bring honor to the #1 beach university in the country. And we are honored to be here today. Thank you so much for this recognition, and we will do our best to represent you in first-class manner every time we get an opportunity. So thank you all for this honor.
Thank you. The honor is ours.
Judge, I just wanted to add, too, it's always an honor to represent the Island University, and I've enjoyed that. I share that with Commissioner Matas, who's a proud alumni, and I always have to throw that in there so he doesn't get mad. But, you know, because I tell that story where we talked about when redistricting was coming along, and he was like, hey, would you, maybe think about giving up A&M Corpus Christi? And I said, nah, I can't do that. So, but I know how much he loves it and how much we all up here support what you do, and we're so proud of how you do what you do. And it was really fun to watch. It's if you know me, basketball's definitely our family sport, and we've really enjoyed going to watching some of your games this year. My younger son videoed some of it and did some cool stuff, and enjoyed that, being involved in that, and I appreciate how A&M Corpus Christi has allowed him to do that. But y'all really have set a standard. It's really cool, and I remember that 2020 season because we were all pretty fired up about it, and COVID screwed up a lot of things, and that was one of the things. So for y'all to be able to do that and be the first in the history of the school to do that, that's something nobody can ever take away from you. And to watch the elevation of women's basketball this year has been phenomenal. I was glued to the Final Four and the Elite Eight, and I always watched the men's too, but I really the last 2 or 3 years have gotten into it and watching some of the great women basketball players that have really done well, and y'all are part of that, and that's a big deal to see how that has gone on. So we're so proud of what you say and what you do and how you represent us, not only on the court, but as a member of this community, and that's the coolest thing that I watch how you interact with your young fans and men, the boys and the girls, but y'all are big time role models, and you stepped up and you've done that. So again, we are super proud of you, and it's an honor to always author resolutions in support of anything that A&M Corpus Christi does. But yeah, I'm a little more susceptible to do it for basketball, and I'll continue to do it. And I love having y'all in here, and of course I'm a huge fan of Coach Chadwick's, and I think it's a neat testament because that's a man that could definitely go other places. He's been a successful coach at so many levels, and we were talking a little bit outside, and it's not always just about chasing the dollars. I mean, that's a guy you ought to look to too when you're making your decisions in life, because he stayed here and was committed to this program and committed to y'all, and it's paid off. And so thank you. We appreciate you, and we're glad you're here today. So thank you very much.
I'm such a proud.
I did wear the blue today too. Just want to make sure everybody noted that. So,
I'm proud alum. Wear this pride every day. Go Islanders. When y'all got paired up with USC, I thought, oh my gosh, why USC? But why not? Why not? Y'all are the best. Y'all are one of the best in the nation. I hope this does tremendous things for recruitment, for retention of our athletes, and it definitely puts us on the map. Coach, like you said, I mean, everyone Googles the Island University. I mean, I can't imagine how many hits on social media and all that you get every time we get into the playoffs, no matter what. And so I'm just proud to be a part of the campus and the network of alumni that support you all, and just so excited for everything y'all have done. And y'all couldn't win a game, but the fact that you just go out there and you hustle, and you set such a good example for our community, can't thank you enough just for that. But the fact that y'all are champs makes it a little bit sweeter. So best of luck, good luck. We want you to continue to build up on this success, and hopefully next year we can get to round 2 and beyond. So thanks a bunch.
Judge, I got to ask, who had to cover Juju? That's what I wanted. Who had to cover? Who was? Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead. All right.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Can I talk? Sure. My ring, Commissioner, I gave my ring to my grandson, so when he graduated, he's wearing my ring. So I'm also kind of a product of TAMU CC. So, but I want to say just to the athletics, Coach, I'm really surprised that Commissioner said that to you. Really surprised that he told you that your boss goes first. when it comes to talking, right? So, but I just want to say to all the players here, you know, you might be a star, superstar in the courts, basketball, track, whatever, but remember, that's a certificate you get. Some of you are not going to go beyond that. Education, degree will go wherever you go. Will open all your doors. So whatever sport you play, make sure you have some kind of an education that you will be somebody someday. All right? That's just my only thing saying. Education is the most important thing that I can stress. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez, did you want to speak too? Sorry.
Judge, all I got to say is I congratulate these young ladies and the school for going as far as they did, and they made Corpus Christi proud. I know they made me proud watching the game. So thank you all for what y'all did. Thank you, coaches.
And I just want to echo the sentiments of all here. We are extremely proud. We are extremely thankful to have you here in our community. And as a mother of girls, yes, go Islanders women, yes. We do have a proclamation for you, and we would be honored if you would come up and take a photo with us. You're all quite tall, so I suggest you stay down here, or we will never see our commissioner. No offense, guys, but yeah. She dropped from me. Stand up. I don't want to find out. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ladies.
Congratulations, ladies.
Okay, very welcome. Congratulations.
And moving on to item 3, in recognition of San Jacinto Day, April 21st, 2024. I will make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Ms. Francis is going to read that proclamation.
Whereas the Texas Revolution was an uprising of Tejanos and Anglo-American settlers that began in October 1835. And whereas on April 21st, 1836, the newly created Texian Army, led by General Sam Houston, marched into battle with shouts of "Remember the Alamo" and "Remember Goliad." And whereas the Texians engaged and defeated General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna's forces in a battle that lasted only 18 minutes and is now known as the Battle of San Jacinto. And whereas the Battle of San Jacinto was the final and decisive victory of the Texian Army in the Texas Revolution and resulted in the independent Republic of Texas, which 9 years later became the 28th state in the United States of America. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners' Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the 21st day of April 2024 as San Jacinto Day, in Nueces County and encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in celebrating this significant date in Texas history.
Thank you. And Ms. Kathy, do you have anything you want to say, being present, or anyone else here wish to speak? I was told you might want to speak. Yes.
You had forgotten. I haven't done this.
How's that?
I know how it feels. Well, I'm down here, really. Kathy Wimmer. I am the Nueces County Historical Chairman for the Commission, and we do have some members here. Actually, one from another chapter in Rockport, which I belong to, but we have 3 ladies here from the Clara Driscoll chapter, and we'd love to have a picture. You know, it's one thing to have Goliad and the Alamo and declare war, but you got to win it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And we do have this proclamation for you ladies, if y'all want to come up here. And our members, whoever else you have, if it's, I'm sorry, I thought it was ladies, but didn't mean to exclude anybody.
That's right. Just got to bring back the crown.
You look terrific.
Be specific, the daughters of the Republic of Texas.
Perfect. Perfect.
You forgot the daughters. You were able to get our medal with them. Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. Thank you. They say they can't see that one.
Okay, I'll get to that.
Yeah, no, that's always there.
And moving right along to item number 4, in recognition of April 2024 as Safe Digging Month. I will make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and Peyton is going to read.
Whereas each year Nueces County's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage by failure to call 811, the national call before you dig phone number, to have underground lines located and identified prior to digging. And whereas undesired consequences such as service interruption, damages to the environment, and personal injury are the potential results. And whereas the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council, along with the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee, are dedicated to spreading the message of safe digging and the prevention of damages to underground utilities in Nueces County. These entities promote the National 811 notification system in an effort to reduce these damages. And whereas making a simple call to 811 in advance of any digging project, whether residential or commercial, waiting the required amount of time, respecting the marked lines by maintaining visual definition throughout the course of the excavation, and finally, digging with care around the marked lines will save time and money. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that Nueces County, on behalf of the Pipeline Damage Prevention Subcommittee of the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee, and the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council, proclaims the month of April 2024 as Safe Digging Month in Nueces County and encourages contractors and homeowners throughout Nueces County to always dial 811 before digging. Safe excavation is no accident. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 10th day of April 2024.
Thank you very much. And yes, very important information if you ever start to dig anywhere. I believe we have Joanne from LEPC here that wants to speak? And maybe the chief also?
I'm going to defer to my boss.
Okay.
She took that lesson from earlier, I guess.
Boss first, yes.
And I'm just blessed to be able to lead part of the LAPC and the wonderful folks that put the safe digging symposium on. And again, it's not just about reducing the property damage and stuff. It's really about safe digging, saving lives as well. And not only the folks that are digging that could cause a leak if they hit something, but also the responders that have to go and mitigate it, from the firefighters to even the gas company. So I'm very proud to be a leader of this group, but it's all about the great work that the LEPC and the subcommittees and those that are involved with the whole 811 and safe digging. So thank you all for recognizing us, and I will turn it over to Joanne. So, Ms. Joanne.
Thank you for allowing us to come before you. I have a wonderful group of volunteers. I would like to recognize Randy Brock. He is with the City of Corpus Christi Gas Department, and our co-chair is Vincent Harris, who represents Enbridge. And so Nueces County is a very important part of this, as in most of our pipelines they extend well beyond the city out into our rural areas. And so it is important that we do all remember to, anytime we're digging, whether it's a fence or, something simple around the home, if we're disrupting the surface of the ground, then we should be calling 811 to protect everyone. So it is our goal, and we're making great strides in reducing the number of line strikes. So reduces the amount of property damage and possibly the loss of life. So thank you all for allowing us to be here, and we're going to keep on doing what we've been doing. Thank you.
It saves money for the individual as well once you make those. If you have any accidents like that, it can be very, very costly. So it's an easy call to make, and thank you all for the volunteers, everyone that reaches out and takes care of this issue. Yes.
Thank you.
We have a proclamation for you as well, if you all would like to come up. So.
Bring your shovels. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good? Yes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you. I'll have a great day. Bye. Take care. Thanks for coming.
Moving on to our consent agenda, are there any members who wish to pull any item for further discussion before passing? I would like to pull item N. You have what? That's after this. Oh, no, it's not. Where is it at? It's not on my agenda. Oh, we missed it. Okay, sorry. I skipped a little far ahead. Sorry, excuse me. all these lines on my
Board
notes
appoint-
because we're postponing something. I skipped right over it.
Board appointments, too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, those are skipping. That's why I skipped on ahead.
We know
Sorry,
that now.
sorry. Moving on to public comment. Let's go backwards, sorry. The first person signed up is Jennifer Kramer.
Yes.
If you'll state your name and your address, and you are allowed 3 minutes to speak. Let me be clear to the audience, there is no talking, clapping, any comments whatsoever, and we are not allowed to speak back other than to say that we will bring it up for a future agenda or anything. So if you ask us questions and we don't answer, we cannot answer. So
Correct.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jennifer Kramer Oliva. I live at 5301 Ocean Drive. Like I said, my name is Jennifer. I should look familiar to you because I've been serving on the Nueces County Child Welfare Board for 6 years now. I was here a year ago reporting on National Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, and there were comments made by the commissioners that they have not been receiving information as much as they have in the past. I expressed then, a year ago, that the board was struggling and needed help. I was asked to reach out and that conversations would be had. It has been a year. I have called, I have emailed, I have reached out on social media, I have shown up, I've gone to events, I have reached out to you guys personally via your social media accounts, your secretaries. I have continuously gotten emails from secretaries promising that they would check your schedule. I know you're busy. Or I've simply not gotten reply. Since I have started to express my concerns, the board president has resigned. I am the board secretary. I am the regional representative for Region 11, and I serve on the Texas Council of Child Welfare Boards. We have also lost both of our liaisons at the county office, and we have not had any meetings in a year or have had access to any of our funding. I am here today to remind you that the Child Welfare Board is a board appointed and overseen by you. Every county in Texas is to have a board to be the voices of the children in their county. I am asking you to please follow up on the words that you made a year ago and finally take the time to meet with me and help get the Nueces County Child Welfare Board back in good standing. I know you're busy and there's a lot of items on the agenda every meeting, but if we can make time to celebrate the community for their achievements, why can't we make the time to help our most vulnerable population? I'm asking you to support me, someone who's giving their time and energy with no compensation, to fight a fight that's not mine alone to fight. I know it's April, it's Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, and you may want to be interested that 164 children died last year due to child abuse and neglect. 2 right here in Nueces County, and we have done nothing in a year to help that. That's all I have. Please reach out to me. Your secretaries have my information. I can leave some cards, but it's been a year and we haven't done anything. I know a lot of the commissioners have served in DFPS, have been involved in family court, but it's fallen by the wayside and it needs to change. We need to do better.
Thank you. Everett Roy?
Judge, I do need to ask a question. I've done a search on my emails. I've got no emails from that lady, so I need to get some contact information. My secretary has no contact from this lady. We don't recognize the name. I've done it, so I need to figure out how to get that.
Which way are we going? We're saying something or not?
I'm just
clarification.
I'm getting clarification.
Statement of fact, or would you like to put this on the next agenda for an update?
Sure, I'd be happy to put it on the agenda because I've got no contact info that I can find. So I'm happy to put it on the next one.
Okay.
And our office can provide backup on that too.
Can you get us those copies, Teresa?
Yes, sir.
No, like that.
Okay, I just want to.
Okay, we've gone too far. We have said we're going to put it on the next agenda, April 24th. We can't talk anymore about it. Okay?
No, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just saying, we're going to do one thing or not. At the beginning, you said we're not going to even say anything. We're not going to.
The rules say if you want to put it on agenda, you can.
We come back and we put an agenda.
Well, but we also.
But it's not what the judge said a while ago. The judge said we're not going to say nothing. We're not going to even put it in an agenda till the next time.
Well, but we also clarified, the county attorney clarified at a previous meeting that said if someone comes up and makes a statement that is different than that we were able to clarify that statement.
Well,
I'm saying
answering them anyway. So.
No, I'm not answering. I'm just saying.
Well, you were answering.
Okay. So, Commissioner, I'm just going by what the county attorney has said, and if
Robert's Rules of Order say this, that you can clarify if there's a misstatement and you can ask to put it on a future agenda.
and that's exactly what
Yes.
I just did. I don't know. So
That's why we did it. That's all the conversation we can have. We
I
are
didn't
moving
engage
on.
with her. I didn't do anything
And
else.
Mr. Everett Roy is at the podium to speak next. Thank you very much. And please state your name and address as well.
Yes, good morning. My name is Everett Roy, 14626 Red River Drive. I am the council member for the City of Corpus Christi District 1. And first of all, I just want to thank you, each and every one of you, judge and commissioners, for the job that you do and the work that you do within the county and our community. I'm here today. I have a couple things that I wanted to talk about. One of them is I want to thank the work also that you've done in the Hazel Bazemore Park. I had an opportunity to visit, I visit that park frequently, and again, I just appreciate the upgrades and the things that you're doing.
Thank you.
I also want to take a moment and address you to talk a little bit about the green ammonia plant that is going in. It's actually in the Robstown area, but it does butt up to my district. You know, I don't have a problem with industry, but I really hope that you will take a look, just like the city is taking a look at that location. There are a lot of concerns there in terms of that location, and I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. I also would encourage you to take a look at the organization that is bringing that plant forward. I did a lot of research in terms of looking at that organization and the projects that they have open and what they've completed in their track record, and I think it's really important to do that. But really, one of the reasons I'm here today is to talk about the Hilltop Community Center renovation project. You know, that community center is a focal point for the area. You know, my kids did Cub Scouts there, after-school programs. I've even gotten lost in that building before. You know, it's interesting because that building, I believe, was an old hospital. Is that correct?
We can't
That's
talk.
correct.
We cannot talk.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it reminds me of the first hospital that I worked in. It was a World War II hospital at Fort Polk, Louisiana, and I got lost there too. But I know that you're looking at renovating that building. I would really hope that you would use the input from the community. I think it is an important area, and it does an important service to our community. And look at the options. I think the option of maybe building a new building as opposed to renovating, I hope that you're going to look at that, maybe get the community directly involved, because I do think it's important. I know it's a voting location, and it really is something that I think serves a lot of people in our area. Again, I want to thank you for your time, and everybody have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Luna Saldana? Oh, you want to hold off until then? Mike Pusley?
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Mike Pusley, 3916 Castle Valley Drive. Further to Councilman Roy's comments, and also I'm at-large member of the City Council of Corpus Christi. I'm here this morning to speak on a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and that's the Hilltop Center. And it's in my tenure as County Commissioner here, there probably wasn't a week that I did not attend some function or some meeting or some event at the Hilltop Center. It's a very important facility with respect to Northwest Nueces County and the City of Corpus Christi. It's one of the few places where people can hold meetings and they don't have to pay a lot of money to do that. But further to that, we would like to see more community input about what happens on that facility going forward. I know when we built the Fallen Heroes Memorial here in front of the courthouse, we convened several meetings of first responders from all over the county to come in and give their input based on an original design that we had, and I will assure you the final design was much different than the original based on that input. The input that you have received with respect to Bob Hall Pier, you've convened focus groups and community input. I think it's extremely important when we're spending $9 or $10 million that the community has some input on this subject. You know, the City of Corpus Christi spends $10 million almost hourly, so it doesn't seem to be a very big deal. But for $10 million expenditure for Nueces County, that's a big part of your budget. So I would ask that you take a breather. Let's get some community input. Let's get some focus groups going. Let's get some input on what that facility means to this community and get input as to how it should be used. In the last minute of my time here, I want to talk about when I was here, there was an order by the Department of Justice that our sidewalks here around the courthouse needed to have tire bumpers so that the cars could not block the sidewalk. The sidewalk over next to our Fallen Heroes Memorial on this side does not have any tire bumps, and this morning I parked there and there are numerous vehicles blocking that sidewalk so someone who is handicapped could not traverse that sidewalk. So I ask that you look into that and fix that problem immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hopefully next time I'll be able to see you guys from back here.
Marie Lucio.
Marie Lucio at 4899 County Road 30, Robstown. On 3/19, I attended a South Texas Water Authority meeting in Kingsville where our own Commissioner Modis was president. They talked about a desalinization project. It was a presentation for a proposal. Interesting things that I found on there was water also expanded industrial opportunities for regional direct air capture carbon systems as well as new green hydrogen generation demands. Another interesting fact I found on there was it would provide new water sources for industrial corridor south of Robstown. So South Texas Water Authority, if we didn't know, supplies water to rural areas in Nueces County. One thing that was stated at the meeting was that they could go deep into Nueces County and that this proposal could facilitate any water that they needed to support any industrial plants that want to come into the area. Why is that upsetting to me? Because we have somebody strategically putting water in our rural areas that is ungoverned up against our communities. We don't know where these hydrogen plants are going to be, but I have a good guess. Up against our communities, and then we're going to come to the only people that are over these communities are Commissioner's Court, and we're going to be told that we can't do nothing about it. We found a memo from RADC to Judge Connie Scott dated October 23rd, fiscal year 2022-2023 service agreement. New companies showing an interest in the area, with most being hydrogen-related development, which are billion-dollar projects working closely with Port of Corpus, Water District Number 3, Robstown Utilities. Facilitated port interest property for the railroad project. Thank you to Commissioner Modis, who serves on the REDC board of the directors. Another interesting 319 Port of Corpus Christi minutes, items 10J talks of railroad project. States 1,800 cars proposal where they can store them right next to our fairgrounds. That can attract also hydrogen, among other businesses. They specifically let us know who was being informed of this to inform our communities, which were Judge Connie Scott and Commissioner Modis, along with people from the Robstown area, City Council. Okay, we have not heard about any of this, and this is disturbing to me as a resident, because we don't have any power against these companies, because that's what you told us, and they're coming to sit next to our communities where they're ungoverned, and everybody is going to tell us the same thing they've told us about the 8 million ammonia plant. We can't do nothing about it.
Thank you. Myra Alanis.
Good morning. My name is Myra Alanis. I live down 1889, literally 3/4 of a mile from the Avena plant. And behind my house and closer to County Road 73, there's an industrial park that has been designated that can be researched and found. That facility will butt up right to 624 and County Road 73. But the entrance is going to be down 624. Since we were here last time, we have requested records and have read minutes for the Port of Corpus Christi, the County Commissioners, South Texas Water Authority, Ricardo Water Supply Corporation, Violet Water Supply Corporation, Nueces County Water District Number 3, TCEQ, the City of Corpus Christi Council, and have read several tax abatements that were given by the county. What we have found is this nonprofit organization known as Robstown Area Development Corporation Commission and the CCREDC, who are partially funded by you and other entities, who their sole focus is to bring heavy industry into our communities. They are doing nothing. Being a nonprofit, they're supposed to help the community, not destroy it, which is what they're doing. And they function under confidential agreements. So the reason that we were surprised is because they have to sign these agreements and can't talk about it. However, I attended a Water District Number 3 meeting, and I was informed that 3 other facilities, just like Avena, are under contract, getting land deals and water resources that they need. What I found very interesting is that how has all our communities found it acceptable to bring these ammonia industries into our communities? Who thinks that any toxic waste is acceptable to bring into communities? Somehow our elected officials have justified that accepting toxic pollution, compromising our safety, depleting our water resources, and wrecking our communities is a small price to pay for a few jobs. What is even more astonishing is these industries are getting approximately 70% reduction in their property taxes. I wish I could get that. Heavy industries currently are using 84% of our water. When we add all these new industries that are coming into Northwest Texas, Northwest Nueces County, we're looking at them using approximately 90% of our water. How do y'all feel about that? These companies get these waters. They don't have to comply with drought conditions. They get tax abatements. To date, not a single elected official has supported us or has opposed this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert Rubio.
Good morning. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and start off by speaking about the
Can you
the
state
Hilltop.
your
My name is Herbert Rubio. I live at 1713 Citation Drive. Thank you. I'll be moving here closer, by the way. I wanted to talk about the Hilltop facility. I think you have an opportunity right now that monies and energies and everything should be dedicated toward designing something that is going to serve the needs, the current needs of the folks that live around this Hilltop facility. I know you're talking about maybe investing some money into renovating it. It's got mold. It's designed probably 75 years ago for their needs, and you have new needs now. You have a greater community that can utilize this facility, and I think you ought to spend all your energy trying to design one that serves the needs of the community at present time. So I just wanted to go ahead and reiterate what other people have said, and I think you need to put your energies, your monies to make the Hilltop facility something that we can all be proud of and that serves the needs of the community at the present time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe Ortiz. You want to wait? Betty Cranford.
I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I thought I'd signed the wrong form to speak. Okay, I'm here to speak about the port and the REDC and the
If you can state your name and address
Oh,
first,
I'm
please.
sorry,
Yeah,
Betty
that's
Cranford,
okay.
3802
That's all right.
Wilmot. It's quite apparent that the port in the CCRECD is determining the future of both the city and the county. This court will, as a port in the city, have economic development agreements with RACD and our CCRED. While they do benefit some local nonprofits, it's blatantly clear that they cater primarily to the benefit of the port by bringing in hazardous and high-volume water use industries to our area. My concern is why tax dollars from the county is being directed to this group when the county will benefit from whatever companies they bring in from the port. The fairgrounds have already been established and no longer require the promotion as they once did. Would it not be in the best interest of the county to enter into agreement with a lesser amount dedicated to assisting the local charities? The city, county, and port are all three paying for the exact same services. Why? This court will reap the benefits regardless if there's agreement or not. Support those truly in need instead of assist those that are detrimental to our areas. A quick update on a group that we belong to and we're spearheading the ammonia plant. It's called Concerned Citizens of Robstown County. We attended the Robstown ISD board meeting Monday night, which was moved to a local school to accommodate the amount of people in attendance. We presented them with our petition with over 1,100 signatures requesting that a tax cap/abatement not be provided to Avena. A copy of the petition will be presented to this court as a courtesy when they are approached for an abatement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, in considering I have time. For Hilltop, it definitely needs care, and it does suit many of the younger people, the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Brownies, that nature. So I appreciate your help in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Gallagher.
Good morning, Commissioners. I do not like speaking in front of...
Name and address, please.
Suzanne Gallagher, 5419 Riverview Drive, Robstown, Texas. I do not like speaking in front of people. Every time I've done this since this ammonia thing has began, I do okay until I leave, and then I get the adrenaline and I almost fall apart. But I think this is important. I've never done anything like this. I have never... I also didn't plan anything today because I purposely wanted to speak from my heart. So the first thing, when the bishop did the prayer at the beginning, he said that being optimistic and working towards something can make a difference. Now, I pray that is true because I love my community, and without sounding melodramatic, I fear for our safety if this plant comes to pass so close to so many of us. I care for the people who live so close to it that they will lose their home and their farmland. It breaks my heart. The second thing I picked up is that Commissioner Chesney said that sometimes it's not about chasing the dollars earlier. And I believe that that is true. And in this case, for our community, it can't be. It can't always be what benefits the port. I've come to think that the port doesn't serve the city. Perhaps the city serves the port. And they're an entity that is out to make a profit. I don't know that I don't feel that what is best for all the citizens perhaps is what's foremost in their decision making regarding bringing all these heavy industries, as said previously. The next thing is Councilman Pesley said that it's important to have community input. Councilman Roy brought up that Hazel Bazemore is a jewel of our county, and indeed it is a jewel, and nationally, and world-renowned for the wildlife that's there, and it is 3 miles from this ammonia plant. And if there is some kind of leak, not even a catastrophic catastrophic explosion, a leak, ammonia would be drawn to water. That is the river. That is not just all of our water. It's the water of our wildlife, the environment that we all share. So to close, I just want to say I have not had a good night's sleep since all this happened. It's the first thing I think of in the morning. It's the last thing I think of at night. This foreign entity, these people that have no attachment to our area, they have stolen my peace and the peace of others, and I'm here with y'all because I do not have a city council. I am just a county resident. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone that came in late that wishes to speak on public comment that didn't have the opportunity? Yes, Ms. Vaughn.
Carolyn Vaughn, 4214 Spring Creek. Good morning. Thank you for what you do every day. I'm here today for three things. First off is the Hilltop. Commissioner Hernandez, I do hope that you'll get a focus group out there. You could hold it at Hilltop and you'll see how horrible the acoustics are out there. My opinion, this started when I was on the Commissioner's Court about what we were going to do. We don't need to renovate that building. Just like any company, when you have an asset that has over its value is gone, you don't keep pouring money into it. We saw that at the county here on the elevators. You just don't keep doing that. We do know that it has asbestos because when we renovated out there one room, we do know that it has that. I'm sorry, but it's ugly. It looks like a army barracks, and that group out there deserves more than what that looks at. I think that you can build one a lot cheaper than you can because you don't know what you're going to get into. Anytime you have a renovation, it's always more. So I hope you'll consider that, all of you guys. You may be our precinct chair, precinct commissioner, but all of you represent this whole entire county, so I hope you'll weigh that. The other thing that I'm here about is Avena. I have a lot of friends that are in the farming community, and I know that the port has bought a lot of land out there on 77 and 44. We do not want that out there. It's too close to the communities. There are other places you can put it. Cal Island has worked very hard. We moved out there because we wanted to get away from the city. And we built it up. We're a close-knit community. We do not want it, and we're going to fight, and hopefully it won't happen. But you guys, the only thing that you can do, and I understand this, the only power you have is not to grant the abatements. And I hope that you don't do that. The other last thing, I know you're an executive day, I think, for Barisi Village. Those are the kind of projects that we need. So I hope when you are considering that, you will give them the abatements. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Otherwise, the other two have asked to speak when the item comes up. Now move on to board appointments. Before we get started, let me say on item number 1 and number 2, we failed to post official notice, so it is our suggestion that we reopen both of these, but also keep the applications of the people that went online and filed for appointment, but to open it up and bring it back to the 24th agenda. I would accept a motion to put both of those, the Nueces County Library Advisory Board and the South Texas Water Authority, on the April 24th agenda, and to reopen it up with applications, keeping the applications that we have so far received. Second. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye on item 1, abstain on item 2.
Yes. Sorry, I should have made that clear for you. Yes. Yeah, we're going to have to do two separate. So let's do item number 1, Nueces County Library Advisory Board. I'm making the motion to bring that back to our April 24th meeting, to open it back up for applications because of the failure to post. And
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Now moving on to South Texas Water Authority to do the same, to repost, keep the applications that are in place, but open it back up for applications, bringing it back on the 24th agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And 1 abstain.
There was someone on Zoom that wanted to do public comment, but they did not raise their hand.
They didn't raise their hand?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who?
Stacy, I believe.
She's muted.
She's muted. We can go to that now. Stacy, if you will unmute, if you will state your name and address,
We going back to public comment, Judge?
I guess, yes. She said she was trying to do public comment if we want to. Those two motions are done, so we have one person who wanted to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Can
Stacy?
you hear me? Okay. You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. If you will state your name and address, we've gone back just for your comments. Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My name is Stacy Messick. I'm a resident of the island. I live at 15438 Seamount K off of Gypsy. I've been a resident of the island since Harvey when we moved from Port Aransas. We frequent Cleburne County beaches because of the distance of being able to be away from people. My 15-year-old son and I were out there 3 weeks ago on Thursday, and unfortunately a young lady named Courtney Garza decided to take her life. She was unsuccessful, and she was still alive and breathing when my son pulled her out of the water. And she was able to talk, and she wanted to live at that point. Park rangers were able to get there in 10 minutes from Penn's. It took an hour and a half for firefighters to get there with an EMS at the end of the beach, and she died on the way. Courtney decided to take her life, but I believe wholeheartedly that she died because of lack of emergency care. My 15-year-old son was first to the scene, and he called 911. It was at 5:20 approximately. I don't know where that 911 call went, if it went to Corpus Christi or to Cleburne County. But there is an issue and a disconnect when you are out in Cleburne County. There was no EMS that came for an hour and a half as my son and I held this woman. She was very depressed. She had postpartum depression, or a baby that had been born 3 weeks before. And we are obligated to do better for people. This is an ongoing issue. There's been times that I've needed 911 down there from somebody chasing me down on a truck. I didn't get a response from Cleburne County until 10 o'clock, and that was at 5:30 p.m. We need help. I am a beachfront condo manager at Island House. I'm also a real estate agent with Port Aransas Real Estate. And I know that our community here on the island is growing continuously. And we are going to continue to spread down to Cleburne County as our beaches are growing. Please pay attention to this. Please investigate. Please find out what it is that the breakdown of communication is with us not having an ambulance for an hour and a half. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, and Judge, not to engage, but I would ask too to just direct this person to please contact my office so that I can't have any conversation about it, but I would like to get that person in contact with my office, please.
Also, for those of you who are online who wish to speak, and when we ask that in public comment, if you will raise your hand, that gives us notification that you want to speak. I'm sorry that we didn't see that. Moving on to number 2, consent agenda. I'm back here since I messed up a while ago and skipped a few things, but I would like to pull item N. Are there any other items that the commissioners wish to pull for further discussion? M. Anything else? Going once, everybody done? No other items, so.
I have one more.
Oh, you have one more, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, never mind.
You got it? Never mind?
Never mind.
Okay. I will make the motion to pass the consent agenda excluding items M and N for further discussion. I need a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving on to M, Commissioner Gonzalez, that was yours.
I'd just like some explanation on that. What is that all about? I thought we were already, when we brought this up a while back about not paying or less payment because somebody said we couldn't hold the money because the report's already done, but I don't understand, what is this for? It says here, Texas Water Development Board, Dry County Drainage Study. So it's an extension for the contract expiration to September?
We talked with Anna, it's just an extension to finish the paperwork involved.
Yes.
It is nothing
So
changed.
everything's being paid or what?
No, the money's in escrow, so we provide requests, so that it takes a while for it to be reviewed. And that just gives us enough time to get the money released. It's more of their review.
So the money, whose money is that money? Is that money that we holding back from who?
No, the money is coming from the Texas Water Development Board, and it's put in an escrow account. As we request reimbursement, we provide information, we provide the invoices and the data. They review it, and then they release the funds back.
So we
Okay, so again, my issue last time was Susan Ross. So this is something that she should have done before we even paid her completely. Her job was to close this thing out, and she didn't close it out. So now we have to do it. I guess Grant Works is doing it.
No, I am.
You're Grant Works. I'm sorry,
Grants
Department.
Department.
I meant
Yes.
Grants Department. So, well, what's the difference, right? But anyway, I mean, you're doing it. So this is where I don't, we complain about everything else and being paid here and holding money here, but yet we paid somebody for a job that's not complete. And here we are doing it, and we don't have the staff to be doing it, I guess, I don't understand. So, yet she gets everything we owed her, and she walks away, and you're here where we're struggling now, doing extensions. So this is really something, again, this something happened with land too, happened with everybody else. We paid them, and here we are, we have to come back and do everything else they left behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, with many grants, it takes a while to close it out, and so that we just have to keep extending it until everything's finalized. The grantor is sufficient information is received by them and reviewed by.
But can I ask something real quick? But isn't that part of your job? And that's your job
Yes.
in the portion anyway, because nobody else has access to our portals or a lot of the information. Grant Works may work on it, LAM may work on it, Susan Roth may have done her part, but it all comes back to you that you're on behalf of the county entering it, and that's what this is about, an extension for the paperwork. It's
Correct.
not- yes.
Nueces County is always going to be the responsible party. We're the ones that report annually any funds that we receive. So no matter who does the job, it still falls on Nueces County's responsibility.
They don't go in and report this on our behalf.
No.
Yes.
So we don't get the monies until you finish the job. So how long is it going to take you to finish the job so we can get those monies?
Well, hopefully before September 30th, we don't have to ask for another extension. But that is for them, Texas Water Development Board to review. And if they need additional information, then they'll request it and we'll provide it. And we'll just continue this pattern until they're satisfied.
I still think it's a problem. We pay somebody to take off, and then we have to answer everything to the Texas Water Development Board. I can understand it's your job, but I think those things should have been pretty much closed out by the time, the grant ran out. Here we are, almost 4 months later, 6 months, 5 months later, and we're still, anyway, I just want to, I'm not, so really, you're behind because I guess you don't have the staff to do it, right?
There's a lot they have the information, they have the invoices. They want more time to review it, so they requested that I request another extension.
The Texas Development Board requested that?
Yes, they asked if I could request an extension so they can have more time to review.
And what timeline is that? Did they give you a timeline?
through September 30th, is
For
the
them also?
extension.
For us to submit it, but for them to review it?
I already submitted it. They're
Okay.
reviewing it.
Okay. All right.
And then they would have to request it from the bank to release it, then we request the funds. I mean, it's just a process.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
You have a question,
Yeah,
Commissioner?
I'm just-
Sorry.
I know to be able to access funding from Texas Water Development Board is a process, and I just worry that these delays will be not seen favorably for any future projects. I mean, they're stuck to us now because we're committed to this, but I just worry that any delays will have a negative impact on any future projects. That's my only concern with this, and it may not be anything that we can change, but I worry. I mean, September 30th, I mean, I support, if we have to extend it, then let's do it, but we need to get everything in place and done before then.
Yes, sir.
I can't say that I wouldn't support another extension, but we should be done by then. We need to be done definitely before then. And I know that you agree. 'cause
I
you're
agree. I want
you're
closeouts
neck
right
deep
away
Deep
and-
in it. So I'm just saying it just for all of us, just to, whatever, all the partners that we have involved in this, that we can make sure that we just get to that finish line, get it complete so that we can proceed. That's just my concern with him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Anna. Going back to what Commissioner Gonzalez was concerned about, anyone that signs a contract, right, it's from start to finish. Is that correct?
Should be, yes.
And then if they don't finish, the county is held responsible to make sure it does get finished, right?
Well, the
the
county is
job
held
gets done.
responsible either they
The
finish or
county's the
don't
one that
finish.
signs the contract. It's the county contract mostly too. So
We hired her.
we
Well-
hired her, but it was our contract, yes.
Well, either way, I think when we hire people to do a contract, they should be held accountable to make sure it's done on time and make sure they do what they're supposed to be doing. And I know ultimately the county is responsible, but those people are also getting paid for a service.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, Anna, was this in the scope of Susan Roth's work that she didn't do? Let's not talk around it. Let's just do it directly. Or is this something
I
that
brought it up
you're...
directly, Commissioner.
Wait, I'm asking the question now, Commissioner. I let you do yours, so I'm going to do mine now. Thank you.
My bad.
So was this within her scope of work that she didn't do, or is this something that the grants department would normally do as follow-up in a grant?
Their scope was to do it, and it was based on a rate, and when requesting more to complete the job, and it still has to come to Commissioner's Court to extend her contract.
Which we didn't do.
Right.
So-
So then, I mean, that's the end of her contract.
Right, so we didn't extend her contract, so we need to clarify this. She didn't, Jenny, did she breach her contract? Or did we not extend her contract, therefore she's no longer under contract and can no longer do work for us? That needs to be clarified, because I agree with the sentiment of what they're saying, but I don't know that I agree with how this has been represented. So when we didn't extend her contract, she no longer has the ability to work for Nueces County, and she can't do anything for us. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, we have not been asked to look at this point, whether or not there's breach, but if you have in your contract that you're going to pay her for hourly work and then you tell her not to perform hourly work, then I don't think there would be a breach if she didn't do one of those things that would have taken hours to do.
So do you have any personal recollection on this, or do you have any personal knowledge, Anna? Was this something that, had we extended her contract, she would have then done, and you had to pick up because we didn't extend her contract?
I believe she would have continued doing it, and
She would have done it had we extended her contract.
Correct.
So let's be clear as we continue to beat on this woman that I'm not going to be a part of any longer. She didn't do anything wrong. We didn't extend her contract, which I don't think that was a bad thing. But when we didn't extend her contract, we then took the responsibility. It's now our responsibility. So You just need to finish it. She didn't do anything wrong in regards to this. She's no longer under contract and can no longer work for this county. So that needs to be clarified because we're not representing correctly what's going on. So I agree. If she's under contract and she was still working for us, then you betcha she needs to finish it out. But we canceled her. And so when we canceled her, that left things undone that we, the county, had to do, and that falls on you now, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And one other clarification for me, Ms. Roth, you're saying she did report all of our stuff to the Texas Water Development Board. She didn't report it to you, and you in turn reported it previously. I thought nobody ever reported anything on behalf of the county. They gave it to you, and then you put it in for the county.
In this particular grant, she was the one that would submit it. The invoices would come to all of us, and she would do all the paperwork. She would submit it.
Well, I know in our meetings before, and I know the commissioners already made it clear she didn't work for us anymore, so she wasn't. But in the meetings we had in the office, you were always in there. I assumed that the meeting was being verified. I mean, the information was being verified by her, but you were the one actually inputting that data into the portal on behalf of the county.
Not on this particular one. I was receiving all the information. I was being CC'd, but she would put it all together as a request and submit it to the Water Development Board and let us know.
So that's really a one-time deal because we don't really allow that anywhere else. It sounds like even with, our future things, we were against that. It had to go through you. Was all the conversations I've had is it had to come to you. You were the only one that had access. You're the only one that had the codes in order to get in.
It all depends on which grant it is, which grantor. Some go to portal, some go by email, some, so this particular one did not have a portal.
Okay. I think we've all discussed this enough. She is no longer here. She is not working on it. Do I have a motion to pass for the time extension?
So moved.
Approve.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then on item N, I pulled it, and I guess, Michael, are you going to talk? It's just the one we need to exclude from that list that isn't ready to move forward.
Yes, that's correct. We originally had, the court had awarded, or had conditionally selected 15 proposers for this project. We were able to make contact with 14 of them, and they all signed the documents that were approved by legal, and that's what's before the court, with the exception of Cubic Contracting LLC. They did not return our calls or emails, and I would ask the court that we at least allow an extension for maybe 2 more courts. If they get to me within that time frame, I'll come back to court with that 1 additional contract, but for now, we're asking that we don't lose time on the other 14, and we're recommending approval of those 14 job order contracts.
So we need 2 different motions then to extend the one, or just the motion to pass the 14
Just the motion
that are
to
ready?
pass, and I'm just
Give you an
I'm just
opportunity
seeking
to
your,
bring it back. Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to our regular agenda. Agenda item A is discuss, consider, and take action on the Nueces County game room regulations and all related matters. I will remind the courtroom again that there won't be any talking out of context. If you have something, someone says something, let's please keep it quiet. No applause, anything else. We did have 2 members sign up for public comment on this agenda item. Would you like to speak first? Susie Luna Saldana, you're up if you would like to speak before they talk, or did you want to do it after?
I want to do it after.
Okay. And Mr. Ortiz, the same? Or do you want to speak now? That's fine.
Judge, run the timer? Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Joe Ortiz. I live at 2505 Presa. I'm here to see if we can look into the gaming room regulations that Nueces County has imposed. I've talked to several people, and of what I understand, this is not an ordinance. What I understand, the commissioners cannot do an ordinance unless it goes to the state and legislature and all that kind of stuff. But they do have regulations. And what I'm looking into is that when this was proposed, they bunched in everything, whether you have a background check, personal financial statements submitted, your Social Security. Well, that to me is looked like you're applying for a license, not a building permit to comply with a certificate of occupants. A certificate of occupants is a building that's certified that you can occupy it, not whether you have a financial statement or have a bad background check. So what I'm looking into is hopefully that you all would look into this gaming room regulations and separate a licensing part versus a certificate of occupants part. Because I don't think that the county has anybody that's qualified to give you a certificate of occupants. Because let's say you built a building out in the county, do they know when to put a 2-hour firewall versus a 1-hour firewall, or how to calculate occupant load in a building? I don't think they have that capacity to do that. So we need to separate that, having a licensing board and having a building a certificate type deal. And this doesn't do away with the sheriff looking into any wrongdoings that the game rooms might be doing. We're not telling the sheriff not to get involved. In fact, we applaud that the sheriff gets involved in looking into it, but the sheriff shouldn't be looking into whether you have a certificate of occupant or not. They should be looking at whether you're doing something wrong. I pray that you all would look into separating a licensing board to operate a game room versus a certificate of occupants. Two different things. And that's what's creating a lot of animosity around the county, whether the sheriff department or the police department overdoing their job because they don't have a permit. And it's very hard to get a permit with the rules that the county has. I mean, you know, you have beer joints, you have strip joints that they allow you to have a building 250 linear feet from a school or residence. Why 1,500 linear feet away? You can't do a game room within the city with those type of regulations. It's out in the county. Again, we need to look at this. People like the game rooms, as you can see. You see them on TV that they're full, and normally they're older people enjoying themselves. Again, commissioners, I pray that you look into this and look at it to either forming a citizenry board, whether you have a building consultant and somebody from the law to look into the licenses of operating a game room, and then you have a building consultant to look at it, or get the engineering department to look into getting a certificate of occupants where it belongs, building, and all those laws that the codes have, like the 2001 International Building Code that the city regulates, or give it to the city. Do away. Why get two certificates of occupants? The city gives you one. Why should the county give you another one? So please look into this, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. And I think Chief Cook, you're here to speak about this item first, since Ms. Saldana didn't want to speak until later, or did you want to go ahead and speak now?
I want to go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think if you give your concerns, this may be enlightening for the rest. Since we pulled the item up, they can maybe address some of your needs. Yes. Concerns,
Susie Luna
not needs, concerns, sorry.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. And I'm coming to speak to you about the game rooms. And one of the things that I want to bring forward to you is that you do take a look at the licenses and the permits that you require for the game rooms. Now, everybody knows I love game rooms, okay? So that there's no hiding that. But what I want you to know is that I am also in favor of limiting the amount of game rooms you have within the city. It gets to be where you have them every other block. That shouldn't do. We want to see you put a limit. The last time I spoke to you, I said, look at about 50, 100 within the city and limit it to that. And make sure that the permits are done. But another thing that I want you to look at, just like Mr. Ortiz told you, is the distance that you have for game rooms. The 1,500 feet that you're requiring to. I believe in being able to shield the community from the game rooms. So what I'm asking you to do is to take a look at something like a private fencing between the community and the residential and the game rooms, so that there's some protection for the neighborhood. If there is a game room, that you have not a hurricane fence, but a private fence that divides them. Those are the things that I want you to look at. I also want you to look at, if a game room does not have a permit, the sheriff should close them down. And there should be someone looking into that if they don't have a permit. But don't make the permit to where you pick and choose who you want to have those game rooms. Make that permit one that can be utilized by everybody in a fair and equitable way. I agree with Mr. Ortiz that there are some items in your application that should be taken a closer look at and should be changed. The distances is one of them. The fencing is one of them. Because I agree, you can have a London ISD, just for an example, has a bar right next to it. Is that not more dangerous than a game room? Those are the things that I want you to look at. I know that you are all conscientious of what's good for our community. And I'm telling you, 2 years from now, you're not going to have the discussion because they will be legalized. So take a look at that and make sure that we make it equitable for everyone, that you take into consideration the distances and that you take into consideration limiting the amount of game rooms within the city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief Cook, are you?
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. How are you doing this morning? I have some documents to share with the court. May I do so?
Please, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. And thank you.
I guess I can just say, in the meantime, while we're passing this out, this was brought to our attention in public comment, and we put an agenda item. I know there was a lot of concern on the individual that is in the sheriff's office. There were accusations like they were deciding building codes and permits, and I had meetings afterwards, and Chief Cook, I'm sure, will explain all of this in his comments, that we go by the city's permits or the ones that do that. So we are welcome, open ideas, suggestions to move this forward to better service our community and the safety and welfare and enjoyment of our community. But there were some accusations made about the department that they have no authority over and no say in as well. So.
Good morning, Commissioners. Judge, I provide you with some documents. If you'll turn to one document, you'll see at the top of it, it's a list that says permitted game rooms. We have 7 game rooms who have been issued a permit at this time. 3 of those have been raided by the Corpus Christi Police Department for illegal gambling since the permit was issued. 2 of them have since opened back up. That's beyond my control because I cannot pull their permit until they've been convicted of the violation, even if they're under indictment. Okay.
And you said we have 7 permitted?
Yes, if you look at the
right
list
now.
I provided you,
Okay.
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 that have received permits. The next list down below that, you will see game rooms shut down by Nueces County Sheriff's Office. And there are several there, starting from March of 2023 through March of 2024. I have one that we didn't list the date. There was a game room located at 624 and 666. 2 different times it's opened up with different owners, and we've asked them to close, and they've closed. And I drive by there every day going home, so they haven't been back open, fortunately, recently. Most of these game rooms we have shut down as a part of our warrant. We have warrants that are issued, and we go and we shut some down. We pull the motherboards out of the machines. We take the money out of the machines. We take any money in the scene. We send letters out to the owners that they can come back and claim their money, because we're not attempting to seize their funds under Chapter 59. They have a right to have their money, and they have the right to come back and claim it. However, if they're an owner and they claim the money, of course, if we have an arrest warrant for them, we're going to charge them with the Class A, operating without a game room permit. You'll see underneath the game rooms that have been shut down by Nueces County Sheriff's Office, there have been 33 game room permits that have been applied for. And again, we have 7 that's been issued. And then on the next page, I have a list of those game rooms who've been shut down by CCPD, and that's under the permit, the ordinance. So the ordinance has been very beneficial to us. People wonder, why do we need an ordinance, or why do you even let these game rooms open up if they're going to operate illegally? And the reality situation is the ordinance makes it easier for us to shut them down. So if they open up, they haven't applied for a permit, they have not received a permit, then all we have to do is go in and determine that they're operational, and we can shut them down. Otherwise, if there's not an ordinance in place requiring a permit to operate, then it becomes much more difficult. We can still do it, but it becomes much more resource intensive to make those cases, because you have to send undercover officers in to work to play the machines. They have to get paid out. That has to all be documented. Get a warrant together, try to determine all the banking institutions, determine who all the owners and operators are within, and then you serve a warrant, and you not only shut the location down, but you seize all the assets under Chapter 59. So that is that document. I gave you a document that says game room application, additional documents. It's that document that I gave you is attached to the game room application, and that document clearly lists every document is required when you submit an application. And if they have any questions, they're able to call our game room administrator, and she clarifies that. But I wanted you to see that we're trying to make as clear as possible what documents are required as part of our process. And then you have a document that says inspector checklist for game room. What I want to make clear is that the game room administrator, Nueces County Sheriff's Office, we don't try to determine occupancy load. We don't issue certificates of occupancy. We don't issue fire inspections. We don't conduct fire inspections. We don't conduct certificates authorizing somebody to operate because they passed their fire inspection. These are all things that are conducted within the various jurisdictions, whether it be the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Bishop, the city of Robstown. If they require a certificate of occupancy for their businesses, then we require a copy of it. If they require a fire inspection, then we require a copy of it. So we're not going in and inspecting and making decisions on whether your building can be occupied or not. The jurisdiction with which you exist is what makes that, who makes that determination. However, we require that those certifications be provided to us for proof that you can occupy that, or that you can occupy that building. Now, the inspector checklist is what we actually look at when we go and when we inspect a game room. We look at the signage. We look at determine if you have the name tags you're supposed to have on your employees. We check the doors. For example, a game room shall not use electronic locks to prevent entry during business hours. A game room shall have the number of exits required by a fire safety inspection, which we do not conduct. We have there is a requirement that you have windows on two different sides of the building. Hours of operation, permit display, record keeping. Those are all the things we look at. I'm confident that our ordinance meets the best practices. However, I would say that we're going to probably be coming to you and making recommendations to strengthen the ordinance, because I believe that these game rooms are a problem within our community. They're a hotbed for criminal activity. It is not unusual to have assaults, fights, disturbances. Game rooms where we have shut down, we've gotten illegal guns. We arrested one guy. He was supposed to be their security guard. They were operating without permit, and he was a bandito associate. He was a convicted felon carrying a weapon. We recovered black tar heroin. We recovered, the things that we've recovered at these locations, they're a hazard to the community. And I'm here to tell you, with 43 years of service with law enforcement, and having run Narcotics Vice Investigations Division for the Corpus Christi Police Department for 4 years during my career there, if a game room is operating, they're going to be operating illegally. They're going to be making illegal payouts because they cannot stay in business if they don't make the payouts. Let's quit dancing around it. Let's realize that they're illegal gambling locations. If they're a game room and they're operating, I guarantee you they're making payouts, or they could not stay in business. There's no doubt in my mind. You can't convince me otherwise. And if I had the resources to hit everyone and work undercover at everyone, we would, and I would shut them all down. They are a hazard. Now, if the state legislature chooses to open up gambling and make it legal, more power to them, because it takes it off of my plate, and now I'm going to have a state bureaucracy that's going to take care of it, and I don't have to worry about it, and I won't have to deal with it, hopefully. But because this ordinance is in place, I have to deal with it. I'm going to deal with it. I am disturbed that so many barbs were thrown at our game room administrator, Julietta. The reality situation is there is not one decision, not one, that comes out of that office that I haven't reviewed and decided that that decision is appropriate. If the game room operators want to be upset with somebody, they can be upset with me, because I make every decision that comes out of that office. I make final decision. I have final say-so on every decision that comes out of that office, and I stand by every decision I make. I have no issue with the way we're conducting business. I'm telling you, we're following best practice, and some of the things that have been said in this court during public comment are very disingenuous. So if the commissioners have any questions for me, I'll be glad to address them.
I have a question on the unincorporated areas. So you said, like I guess the certificate of occupancy. Let's talk about that. That was brought up. So if it's unincorporated, then there is no one at the county level that verifies that. Am I correct?
Right, and we don't. So we don't require that certificate. If it's within the county, and the county doesn't have somebody that performs that inspection and issues that certificate, we don't require it.
It's not part of the checklist.
Now, there is a fire inspection, and we have one of the fire marshals, I can't remember which one it is, but there is a fire marshal that has agreed to do the inspections for the fire inspection on the unincorporated areas of the city. But if they're within a municipality, he requires the city to take care of that, but he does assist us in that.
That's Chief Clack.
That was, okay, so Chief Clack does the fire inspections in the unincorporated areas when we require a certificate in regard to the fire inspection.
I appreciate this paperwork, and I hope that we can get copies to the media just so they can see as well. I know it's available online, but just so there's clarification, because I've been contacted since we first approached this issue a year or two ago, and even more recently on this issue. And I'm glad we are having it. I mean, until, like you said, until the state decides something, I think it would be good for us to have a review. So I'm hoping that that's what part of today is. I know I wanted to put it on. Commissioner Gonzalez was the one that put this on the agenda, but mine was more for kind of a general overview, what's working, what doesn't. And I get your statement. What you're saying is, hey, you would rather just not have to deal with it at all. But I want to make sure that until the meantime, until Austin makes a decision, that we make it as streamlined for you, your office, and of course for these owners that are trying to maneuver through the paperwork and everything. So you mentioned also a little bit about the administration of this paperwork. So you feel confident to say that there is nothing that is added, there's no additional scrutiny, it's pretty much what's on this checklist, on this documentation, is what is followed to the T?
Yes, Commissioner, that is exactly right. And if we received all the necessary documents and we conduct the inspection of the location and they pass inspection, then they receive a permit. Simple as that. Now, that permit does not authorize them to conduct illegal gambling, but it does authorize them to operate within Nueces County. But our experience has been, once they operate, if they're open and to business and they're being profitable, then they're making illegal. People don't go into these places just to put money in a machine and see the lights and listen to the nice sounds the machines make. They go in there with the intent of getting paid. And every patron that we talk to tells us, hey, I've never been paid, but I know I've seen them pay out $100, $200, $300. And we consistently get complaints from people who say, I was in a game room and I'm upset because I hit a jackpot of $300 and they only paid me $150. And I want you to go and get my other $150. And that'll happen. They get upset about that. The reality situation is these game rooms, whether they're operating with a permit or without a permit, they're making illegal payouts. But I can't shut them down for the illegal gambling unless I work the undercover portion of it, which we are not presently doing, but CCPD is, Robstown is, Bishop is. So,
and I want to listen to what my colleagues, what the rest of the court has to say. There may be more comment from the public as we work through this issue. I would like to throw out my push was going to be to establish a community committee to review this on an annual basis until or unless this is addressed by the legislature. I think that would help. Obviously, with y'all's input in there, and then maybe some representatives from the community, maybe one representative from each part of the county, and then the judge gets an appointment too, to be able to kind of dive into this for it. I mean, you see that with so many other committees or boards that we have, or at the city levels as well. And so that would be my recommendation, but I will wait to hear what the rest of the court has to say on this issue, if they even want to continue to pursue with this. But I guess I will also want to ask Ms. Dorsey, as I close my comments, is this something that we as a county can defer to the city level, or is this like something that we are obligated or required to take on as far as like the permitting part?
The statute gives the counties the ability to establish these ordinances. I do not believe that the city has the same statutory, but I don't know, they could.
They don't. They don't. They do not. That's why we did it. That's why we brought it forward, and that's why you, as a commissioners court, passed it unanimously when we brought it forth, and you decided to put it in place.
That's why we took it.
Thank you, Chief.
I would like to address one other thing. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
I've just got maybe a couple of questions. Game rooms shut down by Nueces County. Those game rooms, I guess, are in violation of something, right? That's why they were shut down.
They didn't have they didn't have a permit. So every game room that we have shut down were shut down for not having a permit.
Okay, and then the bottom says 33 game rooms have applied for a permit.
Right.
So how many, and only 7 have been given permit?
That's correct.
Is that because they don't meet this? They don't provide all?
They don't meet the standard. We don't get the necessary documents. They don't pass inspection. There's a multitude of reasons why they haven't received a permit. But if they meet all the standards, if they provide all the documents that are required, if they pass the inspection, and I've given you an inspection list of the things we look at, then they certainly receive a permit. Because I'm not concerned whether they're going to operate illegally as far as illegal gambling. I'm only concerned, do they meet the requirements to receive the permit?
And that's both in city and outside the city?
Yes, Commissioner. It doesn't matter. Anywhere within Nueces County, whether it's in the municipality or it's in the unincorporated area.
And how about security? Are they required to have 1 or 2 security?
If you have a permit, the permit requires you to have an armed security guard. It can either be a peace officer, or it can be, but if it's not a peace officer, it has to be a licensed security officer authorized to carry a weapon. And the process also requires, as part of your having a permit, that you use a wand to check your customers for weapons before they enter your premises.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
You wanted to say something before.
I wanted to address the issue of the distancing. To say that you cannot have a game room in the city limits and it's all going to be pushed out to the unincorporated areas if it can't be within 1,500 feet of a school or a church of a neighborhood, that's not true. That's not true. But I will tell you that every game room we've shut down that's been close to a neighborhood, I've had people, neighbors who live in that area, approach me and thank us for shutting down that game room because it was causing issues within their community.
But that wasn't the reason they were shut down, because they had a permit to begin with.
They didn't have any permit. Now, they may not have received a permit because of the distancing. They may apply, but they didn't. They were shut down because they didn't have a permit. And the reason they may not have had a permit is because they were too close to a neighborhood, a church. And you know what? If they all get pushed out to the unincorporated areas, what's the big deal? They can still get a permit. And they can still operate, because I can assure you, everybody that likes to gamble is going to drive out to the unincorporated areas to these game rooms. I don't see why it's an issue. The commissioners all voted unanimously on this ordinance, and there was no issue with the distancing before, but now suddenly it's an issue because we can't find any place to put our game room within the city. You can, but you got to be a little ways out. I don't deny that. But that's a reality of life, and I think it's a good thing, because what neighborhood? If you live in a neighborhood, do you want a game room right next to you? If you're in a church, do you want it close to the church, or a school? No. And citizens have said that implicitly on numerous occasions to us as we shut down these different game rooms.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Excuse me, Chief. If game rooms go to the incorporated areas, do they still need to follow the same fire codes?
If they're in an unincorporated area, Commissioner, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
If the county requires a fire inspection for a business, then they have to meet whatever standard the county requires. And then we have Chief Clack, who will conduct those inspections in the unincorporated areas for these people who are applying for the various permits.
Remember Chief Clack volunteering. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate the clarification.
So, Judge.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, for me, I'd at the least, and I mean, if there's anyone else here that needs to speak or wants to speak, speak now. I mean, because it seems like our review of this is over. But as I mentioned, with this or any other item that we regulate or permit in the county, I feel we should have an oversight group, right, just to review it. Now, we're hearing from law enforcement, from the man who's ultimately responsible on behalf of the sheriff and the county to review these permits, his office, his staff. But is this something that we should be reviewing on a regular basis to have input? Because, I mean, is it going well enough, right? I mean, I think that was always the intent that we talked about originally, was to be able to come back. We even said that. Commissioner Gonzalez, I think, mentioned it. I know I kind of alluded to that 2 weeks ago at our last meeting, to have that opportunity to review and to say, hey, for now, this is the best way to do it, and confirm that. Or do we not need to convey a group like that? I mean, if we do, then I would like to push the issue of having a committee that could come back with some recommendations to improve this. If not, then so be it. But I would like to hear the court's thoughts, or I'll put a motion on that. But I don't want to complicate this, but I also want to make sure that if your recommendation, Chief, hey, maybe it's just only unincorporated. Well, maybe that's something that, an ad hoc committee that the judge could form, and maybe each of us could appoint someone to represent our areas of the precinct or the county. Then they can look into this for a short period of time and then be done with it, give some feedback to you, and maybe a report back to the court. But that's my thinking on this.
And I see your point, Commissioner, but I think what we got today, the paperwork, is really, really clear and explanatory. I don't think, if we're not going to change anything, why meet? I mean, all we're doing is inviting people to come in and tell us something. We can't change it, so they're going to get mad. So I think that if we can ask you to give us a report every year. How is it going? What are we doing? And I think that's all we really need. I mean, I don't think a committee.
Commissioner, we'll be coming to you. I have recommendations on some minor changes to this ordinance, having had discussion with the county attorney's office, and we would like to look at some things and bring it to the attention of the Commissioner's Court and address those things. And when we do that and bring it forth, of course, again, there's going to be additional discussion from the community, and I welcome discussion from the community. There are service, we provide customer service, and so I have no problem listening to what they have to say, but my experience as a law enforcement officer tells me that unless the state legislature is willing to legalize these and really get a handle on them, we're going to continue to have these problems and these issues. And of course, it's up to the Commissioner's Court. Whatever the Commissioner's Court desires through the ordinance is what we're going to do, and I respect that.
My last question, since she was brought up, I guess I don't know who brought it up, but the distance between the bars and residency, is it 250, 400, 500, 1,500?
I'd have to check the government code but our ordinance is 1,500 feet, and I think it's served us well, and I don't see a problem with it. I like it, and I think the citizens like it. I mean, we have certain citizens here that think that feel like we ought to make it closer, as I mentioned before, maybe build a high privacy fence to separate them from whatever community they're close to. That's all something that the Commissioner's Court could do. They could change.
But we wouldn't have the authority to extend the distance from a bar from where it is now, right?
No, because I think that's mandated by the state, and that's a state ordinance, or that's legislated by the state government, so the legislature, and that's nothing that we can change as far as bars and things like that.
Thank you.
I have a question, Chief Cook. The only monies that the county makes, it's from the what do you call it? From the application or
permit?
The permits we get, the $1,000?
There's $1,000 that we collect when they apply for the permit. And then if we deny the permit and they request a hearing in front of the hearing officer, the county pays $250 and the person who had applied for the permit pays $250, and we use that money to pay the hearing officer for their time. That's the only money we collect. Now, during the course of game room enforcement, we have taken custody of money, but that's not money we can keep. If the owners or the operators, the owner wants their money back, we have to give it back. If they do not claim it within 30 days, which has happened, because they don't want to come forward and say, hey, I'm an owner, I want my money back. That then becomes abandoned funds.
They get money and a warrant, right?
Yeah. So that becomes a bit. Nueces County hasn't seized, except for one exception, any monies or property related to Chapter 59 civil seizure. We have not done that. We had one case where we stopped somebody leaving a game room. We got a warrant for their phone. We were able to determine that the funds that they had in their possession were gambling funds, and we have since filed Chapter 59 and received, and that's been settled. But that's the only time that we've filed under Chapter 59. The Corpus Christi Police Department does it all the time. When they serve a warrant for illegal gambling, they then seize all property and assets related to that game room, and they file for civil forfeiture. I would want to say one thing. We had a meeting yesterday with the Corpus Christi Police Department and the District Attorney's Office, and Mr. Granberry was clear that he intends to, part of the issue was under a previous administration at the DA's office is that a lot of times they would get a settlement on the civil forfeiture and say, okay, let's decide how we're going to split up this money, and then we'll dismiss the criminal charges. Well, we're at a point now, according to Mr. Granberry, that those cases are gone through, and moving forward, there's not going to be any sweetheart deals where we'll dismiss all the criminal charges related to the game room raid and only make a deal for your assets. There's going to be criminal charges, and many of these criminal charges are felonies for organized criminal activity, and that's a significant charge. And so we've gotten an assurance from the District Attorney's Office that they will be aggressively filing those cases. And I'm here to tell you that we in the Sheriff's Office are beginning to make a transition, and we will, in addition, be within the next, I can't say how quickly it's going to happen, be working some undercover work in the county and making those arrests as well for illegal gambling.
Well, if you're telling everybody you're undercover, then that's not really undercover.
Well, I'm not undercover, but I'm just saying we're going to be in those game rooms making cases. Yes. You know, we had one game room that we hit that did not have a permit, and we seized their electronics. We got a warrant. We downloaded their phones. And they had a picture of somebody they thought was an undercover officer going into their game rooms and playing. And their conversation was, this officer is undercover. Do not pay this officer if the officer wins. However, let him play. Let the officer play. Don't confront the officer. Don't address the officer. Just if they win a jackpot, don't pay him. And if they don't pay out, then, of course, you can't make the case. So this was a game room that we hadn't made a case on for illegal gambling. We shut them down for a violation of the permit. But clearly, they've been making illegal payouts based on their communications, on their electronic devices. So that's just an example. I thought I wanted to share that. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner, did you want to move forward?
Yeah, no, let's move forward. I just wanted to make sure if the county was benefiting in any way, making money either by taxing or the permits.
Oh, the permit, and they have to get stickers, and we can charge 25% of the cost of a state comptroller sticker, and we can take that. But other than for the stickers and for the $1,000 permit fee, that's it.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Mottas, I guess you're fine with, we'll discuss that again later or something. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Commissioner Chesney is going to take over for me. If I take a quick break, I'll be right back.
Thank you, Judge.
You have to go to the microphone. I'm sorry if you're waving at me in the background.
Well.
Good morning. It's still morning. I'm Isaac Valencia. My address is 77.
Wait. We didn't call up. I thought you had some kind of notice you wanted. Is this on the game room
Yes.
deal? Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. And my home address is 7725 Hartley Circle.
Do you have the list? Did you take the list? Public comment to add him to? He can add it later. It's on the agenda item, so it's good. Commissioner, I'm leaving. I will leave it to you.
Thank you. Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Valencia. Thank you.
To go further, I would like to thank the county judge and the Commissioners Court for the opportunity to come and speak to y'all. Having sat here, it's been a while since I've been in here. You guys go through a lot, and you deserve credit for that. On the subject of what we're talking about right now, it's a much bigger subject, and I want to touch base on some of it because I think you'll glean some solutions to where we are from where we came from. And to start off with, gambling in Corpus Christi has been going on a long time. Y'all know that. I'm retired law enforcement. I did some 30 years at the police department. I ran the police union. I managed to be to get the second organization in the state of Texas to get a bingo license. And with that bingo license, we did a lot of good. We provided funds to our Survivors Fund, to charitable works, and we were even allowed to pay the mortgage off for the building that the police association has and uses for all kinds of good activity. So a lot of good comes from different activities that some people aren't aware of. But going back to the subject of the gambling, you got poker rooms. Anyone that thinks for one moment, and it'll lead somewhere, anyone that thinks for a moment that you're going to play 24 plus hours of poker on just Red Bulls, no, that's not what's going on. And anyone in law enforcement here should know there's cocaine in these places. I mean, there have been times I've called it in myself when it was brought to my attention because a lot of people would come and tell me stuff, and I'd pass it on to the supervisors that I knew that were still there. Sometimes something happened, sometimes it didn't. And I know it's a very involved process to make that stuff happen. But you had that subject. Then you go on to the game rooms. Game rooms, I've said that I support game rooms. What I do not support are the illegal game rooms. And there are far more, and you know that, out there than what's been talked about here. And that gives the bad rep because there's no controls there. No one's watching anything. They're not watching the people with the money. They're not watching the things that are going on in there. And that's where you have your shootings, and it goes on from there. Then you have bingo. Bingo's been around for over 70 years here in our county, over 70 years. It was in 1981, I believe it was House Representative Lloyd Criss and our state senator, passed away, God rest his soul, Truon, that shepherded the bill and made it happen. Before that, there was no regulation, but it worked. It worked because you had good people, you had good organizations, you had the churches, the VFWs, they put it all to good work. Then in 81, it was codified and it even got better. It wasn't until, I believe, 93, when the Lottery Commission was established, that the bingo moved into a different supervision. Prior to that, it was supervised by the TABC. TABC regulated bingo in the state of Texas from 81 until the Lottery Commission bingo division took over. Now, the bingo division started a year later because first you enacted the Lottery Commission, they in turn set up the bingo division, and it started to regulate bingo. and we went forward from there. When people say that, well, you know, there's only one thing going on in the game room, and that's talking about the game room, that it's to win the big payout. It's not just to win the big payout. I'm sure there's some people in here that go to the game room because they like the lights. My wife, God rest her soul, she loves playing in a game room. And it's her practice run before she goes to Vegas or some other state. You know, that's what happens, guys, and you know that. Talk about being honest with ourselves. There's a lot of that going on, too. It's an entertainment. Bingo, it's a social event. It's not just gambling. People love bingo, especially our seniors, because they meet up with their friends. And, you know, I've been around bingo 40-something years because my father was, aside from being a banker, was a Grand Knight with the Knights of Columbus, and he was very involved in raising funds for the churches and the schools. But the thing is that seniors love to go to bingo to meet each other and to see who's still alive. That's a fact. Some of my dearest, best friends are no longer here, but they play bingo as their entertainment. These same customers will also go to game rooms. And I guess that's where I'm in agreement with Chief Cook and Sadania and Mr. Ortiz that there are things that need to be done versus the illegal game rooms versus the legal ones. And there are very few, as you know, but that has a lot to do with your licensing process, and some of that is well meant, and I agree with. Some of it, I can answer some questions that came up about, unfortunately, Ms. Guerra, that she took some of a bad rep on things being asked for. And I think that was just a lack of communication and a lack of understanding and education on the subject. Quick little point. For our building, the Valencia building was asked to have its fire inspections. And so we provided it. I provided it to the vendor that would like to have a game room in our building. And they were told, no, we want the full form, whatever. So I called our inspector. He says, Isaac, that's not the way it works. You have your inspection done when you open up your building, and then your annual inspections in their different categories are done to be attached to your paperwork. So that's just some confusion. When we were told that we needed to provide this, new document, I said, no, that's not the way it works. We'll just get the inspector to come and educate them on it, and they'll understand. The same thing was said about the CO, our certificate of occupancy. The certificate of occupancy is issued when, in our case, when you build a new building. It was built. The county used it for elections. The city uses it for elections. We're ADA compliant. We're glad to do it. The only reason we stopped doing it was because after COVID, the cost of everything had gone up, and we had to say no because I didn't want to burden all these costs anymore. That's why it happened. If the county would ever like to provide some of the costs, we'd gladly talk to you because we have a great building that's ADA compliant. So, again, there's been some confusion in the communication as to what's needed, what's not needed. But I'll tell you what, the vendor that wants to have the game room in our building brought me the, I guess, a deficiency list. And there are so many items on it that were deficient, but when we got the information to them, it was all eliminated, and we're down to basically, I believe, one item, which is a fair item on the subject of the distancing. And that's a separate matter I'd like to talk about at the right time. But again, you can see where a lot of the confusion was what it was. It wasn't so much a person. My father always said, remove the personalities. Just stick to business, and you get things done. And, I had no problem with Ms. Guerra. And I told Cook, too, who I worked with. He was my training instructor when I came out of the police department in Better Health.
I think the time is about to run out, and we appreciate it very much. I strongly suggest you getting maybe with the both of them if you have some suggestions. Yes.
Well, we talked, and it has to do with the distancing. And I'm
Very
referring,
quickly.
I'm referring to the grandfathering part of it. The Valencia building was built in 2012. It's ADA compliant. It was designed for entertainment, events, video lottery terminals. That's another subject that I can come back and tell you about. You'd like to know about, because it is the future coming down the road.
We're cutting you short. If you've got distance, you better stick with it.
And then also, we've been approved for licenses with TABC, and we've been submitted and passed the public review. We've accomplished everything. We even had game rooms in the building in 2019, 2021, and 22, and 23. It just so happened not overlapping that specific period when y'all changed or came out with the ordinance. And so I'm just saying that I believe that this building is probably a classic example of one that should fall under a grandfather clause because of its design, because of its approval with the TABC, the Lottery Commission, Bingo Division, everything.
Okay.
So again, thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions if you ever need them.
Thank you. Mr. Tunches, you have short comments, please. 3 minutes. I know our discussion on this. Thank
I'll try
you.
to make it quick.
Yes, I appreciate
Eric
it.
Tunches, 4437 Kirkwood. Just wanted to come by and tell you guys thank you for putting this on the agenda and actually having a good discussion. A lot of information's come out from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, and obviously I don't see too many game room operators here, right? And it seems like it's a little fishy to see no game room operators are coming out to the Commissioner's Court. So there's I guess there's a gap here, or there's a miscommunication between the Sheriff's Department, the game room operators, and the county commissioners. So with that being said, it seems like everybody's scared to talk about the elephant in the room, which is gambling, and it's illegal to this day. So I asked the Commissioner's Court today, don't fix the 1,500 feet square distancing rule for residential, school, church, whatever it may be, just to repeal the ordinance. You know, nobody's giving out fuzzy animals inside of these establishments. They're paying out cash. That's just what it is. Don't want to come out here and lie to you guys. That's what's going on. They're paying out cash. It's illegal. Obviously, the governor of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott, allowed the game rooms to allowed the counties to regulate their own game rooms. Everybody knows that. That's why we're here today. It's not working. It has failed. The best thing to do is just go ahead and repeal this whole ordinance. Get it out of our county. Don't let you guys get implicated in any type of scandal or any type of illegal investigation, right? Because that's just what it is. You're allowing it, being willfully blindfold to the situation, such as, you know, gambling. It's going to come back and implicate the county. Let's just hold our integrity as a county together and just get rid of this ordinance. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Moving on to our agenda, I would like to bring up item number 21 on the agenda. Mr. Culbertson is here, and he just recently got released from the hospital. He was in an accident. I've seen him sitting here for quite a while. I'd like to get him out of here where he can rest. This is discuss and consider adopting the tax abatement policy requested and worked on by Mr. Culbertson and my former chief. I think Dee Hawkins was in on some of this for the regional economic development. And let me be clear for those of you listening or anyone else misconstruing, this is just a platform, a guide for them to use. Any abatements, if the county were to approve an abatement in the future, would come to court for it, approval, a negotiation at that time. This just gives them a working idea of what they can go when they go to solicit information. So I'll give the floor to you, Mr. Culbertson. Thank you for being here.
And Mike Culbertson, Corpus Christi Regional EDC, thank you for having me. One of our missions is to advise policy for the taxing entities on this. The Nueces has always had a tax abatement policy. Again, it is just a tool in the toolbox. Just because you to grant a tax abatement, you have to have a policy. But because you have a policy, doesn't mean you have to grant a tax abatement. So we went over, I can see some of us have been here, some of y'all have been here for a while. You know that the most recent policy in 2021 was check with the judge. I think you know, that passed, and you know that was the law. But I think it lends itself to picking winners and losers. Prior to that, you had a 2017. We as EDC we're regional, so we like to see that both counties are comfortable and they were even. San Patricio has chosen to make theirs quite small, and you know that's a policy on theirs. But before the most recent one, 2021, you had a normal one. And when I say normal, they come in, if based on investment and jobs is where they will get their percentages. But we did take a look with Dee Hawkins, and I appreciate her. It's important that they look at it, that we can model these. You know, you're not picking winners and losers. One of the things that we have done is we're trying to make sure that that local content and local people. So in here it says 25% of the new jobs must be Nueces County residents. Nueces County. So this is what you're getting. We are finding, especially as the jobs have gone smaller due to technology, that the ratio for new jobs is actually just a little below 50%, which is why we didn't go to 50%. We were worried about missing that. You can see there's a local content, and it says you have to put out bids for local content. Now, local content means, you know, you have to be technologically able to do the agreement. But we found that the threshold at 200,000 was so high that we weren't really looking to make sure that they were offering those lower ones, below 50,000, 10,000, 20,000, to local. And so that, just so you know, if you do a tax abatement, we, the EDC, will go in, knock on their door a year later, and we do compliance. And then we provide a report to the judge. We meet once a year with Nueces County Appraisal District, with San Patricio Appraisal District, anybody who does it. We do compliance and tax abatements for now Nueces County, San Patricio County, City of Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, a drainage district. We do them all, and I have been doing them for a while, but now I have Randy Almaguer, who came from the city, who did it there in our office and doing that. So to have a local office, you must be in the Corpus Christi MSA, which is Nueces County, San Patricio, and Aransas. You must pay at least the county wage for that NAIC. And a NAIC is a North American Industry Standardization Code. So if you're a pipe fitter, the company has to pay at least that average. Not just the average of the county, at least the average for what they are doing. And they must offer health insurance and pay a portion. So I think this is a fair abatement policy. Again, you can choose not to give one to any company, but I think it's a tool in your toolbox that really, really needs. And I stand by to answer any questions.
I would make the motion to pass, stressing the importance that this is not passing for any individual. We still have to come back. This doesn't mean, yes, that we're going to give them one. There are all kinds of factors that go in when it's brought to our attention. The shape of the county has been a big deal with our budget deficit over the last year and everything else. A lot of factors go into those decisions. So with that being said, as just having a tool for you to go by, I would make the motion to pass this.
Judge, I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Yes, go ahead.
I guess my first question that pops out for me, Mike, is if we know that the requirement is under 50, why do we go as low as 25% on the local requirement? Why wouldn't we go to 45% instead of 25%? Because to me, I'd rather have more local, guaranteed local stuff than.
Because it was fluctuating anywhere from 40. We could go 30. I think I would be comfortable with 30. If you want to change that, I'd be more than happy to see that.
Yeah, and I think that the question for me is it's different when it's maybe construction jobs versus permanent jobs, things of that nature. So I don't know if there's a way to distinguish, because I get that sometimes you have to bring subs from out of town because there's not enough subs in town, and you might have that issue during construction. But at the same time, I'd sure like to be able to make sure there's more permanent jobs created from people here in Nueces County first. They ought to always have priority. And then if you can't, and maybe it's that too, if you can't fill it, but you make a legitimate effort to fill it, and maybe there needs to be some clause, like some language there, because to me, I'd say 100% unless you can't fill it, because we ought to give our local people the first opportunities at jobs on everything that comes in, and we ought to have policies that encourage that. So to me, I'm still looking for a little tweak on that as to how we have some flexibility in it, but also emphasize a higher percentage of local jobs. So if you've got some suggestions, I'm open to that. But if there's, like I say, unless you can't fill it clause that you could stick in there, that would be something. But I think 25 is just too low.
And let me also, I failed to note that Sandy Gomez, our county tax abatement lawyer who represents us in all these, has reviewed this and approved it as well. Sorry.
Yeah, that's just for the legal sufficiency, though. So
Yes.
not
Well,
the business.
I'm just, I feel the same way, all along, 25%, I don't like percentages, right? Because you have 25%, you could be hire one or two people. So I always thought that we always have at least 50% of all employees. At one time, we had 60%. I don't know why it was coming down. I know at one time it was pretty high, But I think if we're going to let somebody come in and make all this money and, bring people on the outside, I think our local people, and that's the reason that we always let them come in, because we're hoping that our local people will give them the opportunities to get those jobs. Especially the young kids that are graduating from college and, don't want to leave home that gets those jobs. 20% to me is nothing, Mike. I wouldn't even consider anything less than 50%,
Yes, sir. What if we had 50% in best efforts?
Well, if we're going to do best efforts, I'd say 100%. But
Yeah.
in other words, what I'm looking for, Mike, is something that says our local folks have to be the priority.
Right.
If you can't fill them because they can't pass a drug test, we don't have qualified applicants, then great, then that's different. But I think we have to have a higher standard somehow, and I don't know how to tweak that language exactly.
No, we can do 50%. That's fine. And then have in there what you said. You have to show that these were offered and you couldn't find qualified applicants. Because one of the things that we're finding is, as you're looking in, we had Steel Dynamics 500, we have Gulf Coast Ventures 400. As technology moves, we're finding fewer and fewer jobs. So, and these become more and more technical to the point where there's very few that do not require a certification after high school. So we would certainly be open, in support of a 50% and have a clause that says. And you can make the motion to amend it right now, so we can just get it over and say, you have to show that these were offered, and
If it's negotiable, then the higher number is better.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
yeah, I mean, if it's, at least you gave it a good faith effort to
75%
try.
sounds good in best efforts, to me.
75 in best efforts.
Okay.
Because I'm okay with bringing people in from the outside the community. We want that too, right?
Yeah.
We want to have we want new people to come to our community. That's a great thing. But yeah, 75% in best efforts, and you know, and maybe I think you're gonna have to go back and tweak this a little bit with like some direction that says, we could pass it conditionally upon the language being brought back to us to what those best efforts are designed at. It can't just be, hey, Mike Culberson says it was the best efforts, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be, you know, some definition, but I'm okay passing it with, you know, as soon as everybody's done talking about it, and then bringing back some contingent language that you can work with our county attorney and.
Okay, and then, so you would pass it on section 5-13.13, which is the provision that 25% of new jobs be filled with local hires. That would go to 75% and a best efforts and then all list. Not just, hey, I tried.
Hey, we tried, get over
Right.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd have to have some parameters there that.
Understand.
Yes,
The
yes.
motion would be to amend the provision that in the proposal that says the requirement that 75% of the jobs be from Nueces County, and that
Local.
they're
Local.
from the,
Could be.
okay, from Nueces
Local
County
surrounding
or
counties, yes.
Cook County area.
I guess we could say our local MSA, which is a
Cook
term
County
that,
area.
yeah, that incorporates the coastal bend. You could say 75% from the coastal bend. How about that? Would that be
That's fine.
better?
Yeah.
75% from the coastal bend, and that Mr. Culberson will get with the county attorney to come up with language that provides what the definition of the best efforts to fill that are, period. Then, once those best efforts fail, then they can go below that threshold. So I know that's a real lengthy motion, and I'm sorry, Kara, I don't know how exactly to tighten that up. I want to make sure my legislative intent is very clear that.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so I can try it again, Kara, but I don't know how that.
You amended it, but you need to also find the motions accept.
No. Right, I got to get a second for whatever I just did, so.
I don't, excuse me, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I do have a concern that I want to ask. Is this just for the amount of people that are supposed to be hired from Corpus Christi, or any other concerns that we might have?
This is, the motion right now is to amend it with the local surrounding.
Yeah, I know what the motion, what I'm asking, is there anything you can put in there so we won't have the same problem we've had with Avena, where these companies that come in that are ammonias or any other type of chemical, where they can go and put their refineries or their factories at, and not surrounding county properties where people are real close to those factories or refineries.
I think that is essentially in the policy for you to say, no, it's in the wrong place, and just not grant them a tax abatement.
Well, I'm just saying.
I can't force somebody on private property if they wanted to sell it.
No, I understand that.
Okay, sir.
But, I mean, it would be nice if they were told there is always going to be opposition, and we're going through this, that if, that's just the way I feel.
No, I understand.
I know we can't tell people we're not selling their land.
Can we get this amendment done first?
But,
Is yours on the amendment?
You
on the
know,
percentage
people
of
always
people?
do what they want to do. They want to sell their land, they'll sell it, if they need the money or not.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah,
I'm
just
just
the amendment,
trying
not
to
the
ask the
policy.
question,
Yeah.
if there would be, but it depends on people that own the land, right?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
we
just
ha-
regarding the motion, Judge, that would be with the outside counsel?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
not with the county attorney.
Not with the county attorney. It would be
sorry,
the
my bad.
outside, Sandy Gomez would be the one that would approve for us. But we have an amendment to this first that we need to address. There's amendment to change that to 75% and the coastal bend area. We have a motion and a second. If I could get a vote on acceptance of the amendment to this
Right,
first.
and I've got a couple other comments
Can
on
you
the
repeat
whole.
that? And I haven't
Yeah.
even commented yet either,
Yes.
so.
It was like we went
So
off
can
on
we
several different directions.
Can we clarify on what the motion is right now?
Yes, sir. So the motion would be to amend the 25%, the clause that says 25% of the jobs be from Nueces County, to say that 75% of the jobs be from the coastal bend, and that if it falls below the 75%, then there has to be specific best efforts language brought back to the court and agreed to on what that standard is.
So for clarification, and I told the judge I would wait, but really probably my comments just tie into this whole motion,
okay,
and I'll be done. No, I'm sorry, I thought I would wait, but, So we're creating the framework. I want to clarify for the public and for us. So we're creating the framework. The frame, every project that comes in is going to have to fit in that framework, correct? Is that what we're doing here today?
That is correct. There is a clause
And
that
so,
says.
no, wait. Let's make it real simple, okay, for my sake at
Very
least.
basic.
So we know the framework. So this does not commit us or bind us to any current or future projects.
That's correct.
This is just to say, this is how far we'll go.
Yes, sir.
So then you can market that as companies come and go, looking at our area for possible, securing property or creating a business here.
Yes, sir.
That's what I wanted to make sure, is
Yes,
that's
this
what
is
we're
not-
approving.
yes.
It's not any group. We had the group here earlier that we know that they're very passionate about Avena, like we all are, very, very much looking at that. But I thought that that's where they should be. That's where I thought they were here to really comment, because this is part of that, right? And I know that issue hasn't come to us. We don't know if it ever will. But that's where they should be putting their effort and concern, is this framework. But I think I love the idea that we should ask for more and then work it down if it's not feasible. I'm all for that. I would even support up to 100%, but I think 75 is a good point to start. And then if we have to work it down, then yes, we'll do it on a case-by-case basis. But that's what I wanted to clarify, was this is the framework. This is a tool now to go out. We're not approving anything by this action, just the policy itself. So with that, I can support it, and thank you for letting me jump in, Commissioner.
So we have a motion and a second to amend the policy in front of us to increase that number. Commissioner Chesney made the motion. Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it. All in favor of accepting the amendment to the policy, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The amendment passes. Now we're going back to, 5.13, yeah. Yes.
And it
Now, going back to the policy in and of itself, yes, Commissioner?
I just had questions on the financial aspects of it. So how we, based on the budget concerns that we always have as a county, how have we come to this point to where we're okay with this, I guess is it's kind of a general question, but I'm just making sure we've looked at the numbers on this too.
We had an older policy in place. It was brought to our attention that it needed to be updated. And since it is just a guideline, and each individual company, each individual situation that comes to our attention comes at a different time, a different place. There are reasons why we would maybe want to move forward, reasons why we maybe cannot and wouldn't even discuss it. It is just a guideline for the tool for them to use in the future if and when it becomes available. Right now, doesn't look very good for the county. I'm going to be real honest with you. We feel like we're just really passing something that is going to be extremely difficult for us to accept with pretty much anybody right now. So that being said, it's a vote. It is a commission. These seats change at all times. This gives you a tool. If it's a great opportunity for Nueces County, all our counterparts get involved, and we believe the same thing, we may negotiate that.
And I'm okay, general terminology, because I think we need to have a policy, but because at the end of the day, if we don't support the abatement, we don't support the abatement, and if we're in a financial position where we can't, then we just can't.
They just can't.
So it's a starting point. But it's a starting point that, they're going to go represent that this is Nueces County's policy. So we, just everybody make sure they understand it. So I'm okay, and I would.
Yeah.
I mean, not to rush anybody, but if we're ready to vote, that's fine too, whatever. Call the
Any
question.
other questions? No. Do I have a motion to pass the policy with the amendment and the changes then?
I think we did that motion earlier to start the discussion.
We passed the amendment.
I'll make that motion again, just to be clear.
Make the motion to pass the policy. Sorry, excuse me. I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Since you're here, I think this next item is going to be very quick, so you can get out of it. I know you said somebody else was coming, but it's really
That's okay.
Item number 20 is discuss and consider authorizing a letter of support for foreign trade zone for Simbar Resources. I know they've already received letters of support from the city, Del Mar, Toulouse Midway, Hospital District, I would make the motion to pass and send a letter of support for Simbar in the foreign trade zone.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate you moving it up, Judge. I
Yes,
appreciate
thank you.
it. And so does my wife. She's going to pick me up.
Yes, go get some rest now. We need you getting better. Yes. Moving back in our agenda to item number 2, discuss and consider adopting the First Amendment to the amended cooperative agreement for the city-operated Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. And this is just the amendment that gets us through September the 30th to the extension with the guidelines I believe the county attorney has approved. Dr. Gonzalez has seen and approved as well. I believe this is ready to move forward. If I could get a motion. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Let me see where you guys are since we have Ram Chavez and our military here as well. I'll jump ahead for you guys. Item number 12, guys, I don't really like to jump around, but we do appreciate our Veterans Band and military service. Discuss and consider approving the ARPA beneficiary agreements for the Rescue House of South Texas DBA Hope Unlimited for $49,500 and the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi, Texas for $49,500. And that is your item, Commissioner Chesney. If you'd like to take over, I believe these have already been vetted and approved.
Yes, ma'am, Judge, that's correct. These were items that the court has previously approved for me to allocate Precinct 4 funds to these two organizations, and the court unanimously supported those two organizations as well, and certainly wanted to get that done. We had some paperwork that had to be done, and I think we've finally gotten our way through this. Wanted to take a minute to recognize RAM and the Veterans Band that are here, because honestly, if we could have done more within we went right up to the edge. We were able to do 50, and we went 49.5 without, having to go over the limit. But I just want to say, thank you to the band and all that y'all have done and meant to this community for so many years. This is just a small token of the appreciation that I know this community and this court feels for the efforts that y'all have made. So we are grateful for the work you do. We are grateful for what you do to support this community, and it's an honor, I know, for all of us on this court to be participating in this process today.
Absolutely, yes.
Permission to speak?
Yes, sir.
First, before I take time to thank you, I'd like to let you know that the reason I have a security detail is because the sheriff's after me. No, it's indeed an honor to be here this morning, and I invited some of the members that were able to be here with me because it's for them. Everything we do is for the veterans community, and without the support of the commissioners and so many wonderful people, we wouldn't have been here 38 years later. And I always tell the band, we've done a lot of good things and a lot of right things. If we had not, we wouldn't have lasted 30 minutes. So this June the 3rd, we'll be celebrating 38 years and still going on. And just real briefly, Judge, we're not wearing the same shirts we wore last week. The other one only has 1 star for Texas.
Yes, that's correct.
See?
Yes.
And so the reason I mention that because one of the things that we have light uniforms because we play so much. Memorial Day will be doing 3 major events. Veterans Day is not Veterans Day for us, it's Veterans Week. We start like on November 3rd and we go until November 18th. So we're constantly changing uniforms. We don't have time for fundraising. Our mission is to honor our military and veterans. We have scheduled right now 9 military change of commands this year. 9 at the base, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station in Kingsville, the USS Lexington, the Ortiz Center, and Sector 8 for the Coast Guard at the airport. That's what we do for 38 years. And we will continue doing it. So we want to thank you for this. Commissioner Chesney and all of you. It was his idea to do this for us, and you have no idea what you have released so much stress, because we have, by the way, we have run 38 years in the black. We've been close, but people have supported us continuously. And you have done it once again, all of you. Each one of you has supported the idea that Commissioner Chesney had, so we appreciate that very much. I won't keep it long because you have more items to take care of, but this is, Sheriff, these are killing machines. They're all military trained. So. No, the sheriff and I have a great relationship family-wise. Our families have been friends since our grandkids. Your son, what, 18 years? 18 years, something like that. So thank you, and please celebrate with us. June 3rd will be our 38th year, and celebrate with us as you see us perform throughout the community. With that, I thank each and every one of you. Commissioner Chesney, salute you. Judge Scott, and we'll come over and visit you with our new uniforms once we have a different color. Also, Commissioner Gonzalez, thank you for your support. Commissioner Martinez, we're missing one. Maris, thank you, each and every one in the county, the staff. They're the ones that do all the hard work. And thank you, and God bless you. And on behalf of the Veterans Band of Corpus Christi, we humbly all, each and every one of us, thank you for your support and continued support. And call upon us, and we'll be here.
You always say yes. We are so thankful for that. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we get a picture with them, Judge? I know it's a little out of order. We usually do it for resolutions, but I'd sure like to get a picture with them while they're all here in their fancy clothes there, if that's okay. Would y'all mind coming up and get someone to, where did Peyton go? Because I think Emily had to run. Can we get, or you know what?
Teresa, you want to take a photo?
Teresa, can you?
Do you have a phone? Oh, go ahead. You have your phone. Commissioner
Martinez tenía un nombre.
One more. She lied. 3 more.
Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Sir, appreciate all you do.
Simplify.
Take care.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
See you, Rand.
Okay, where are we at? Let me go back. I think going back to item number 3. Oh, did we not vote on that? Oh, we have a motion and a second? Okay, Brent, you're going to make the motion on your...
We did.
I thought we did.
Yeah, we didn't vote.
Oh, we didn't vote.
We just did it for discussion.
I thought you and, yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'll move it
All those
again.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Okay. Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez. Yes, thank you. On item number 3, discuss and consider granting a potable water line easement right away to the University of Texas Marine Science Center. And Mr. Cross, you have the
Recommend
floor.
approval? So moved, Judge.
Second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider Coastal Park seeking grant funding from the GLO.
4, Judge.
Number 4.
Oh, 4. I said 3. Item number 4. I said the right thing, just the wrong number. Okay, item number 4, discuss and consider Coastal Park seeking grant funding from the GLO Coastal Management Program to assist with cost.
Okay, I want to give you a little background on this because I think it's important for you to know. If I would go and get this grant, I'd be getting a grant for us to update the beach management plan. That would also incorporate updating the erosion response plan. The beach management plan was last updated in 2010. It's 14 years old. The RP was done in 11-12. And so it's a long process. I just wanted to see how the court felt about this because it's gonna open up Pandora's box. There's going to be a lot of pros and cons that come with this, public meetings about, people wanting to add stuff to the beach management plan, people wanting to take stuff back. You're going to have people that old permeable paver issue we dealt with, Judge and Commissioner. That's probably going to be something that comes up. There are those outliers that are out there, and the process will take about a year once it's started. And so I don't want to go after the funding to do this unless you are ready to go there, because it's going to end up, and it could be supportive, it could be controversial, folks coming to court when we have public meetings about this process, because it is a full public process. We'll have to have some public meetings outside of court. We'll have to do a bunch of that kind of stuff. So the GLO does support it. The city does support it. I talked to them about it, about working with us, but it's just a matter of whether y'all really want me to go there right now.
You brought this to us, so do you want to do this?
I don't have a problem doing it, because if I get the money.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Well, if I get the money, then we'll hire a consultant to do all the heavy lifting. I just, I know Commissioner Chesney, you're going to get bombarded with some calls. They may be good, I just can't tell you. And you as well, Judge, you've dealt with some of these doing permit issues that I've had to get resolved. So anyhow, I just wanted to make y'all clear about that. I can work my tail end off and go get us some grant money to cover the costs, and we pay a consultant. I just wanted to know what y'all are headed for once we open this up for public involvement.
Well, Scott, we get slammed for stuff that's not even our involvement, so I wouldn't have a problem opening this up for public scrutiny. I mean, that's my opinion. Thought I'd throw that out there, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the question is, I get that there's always grant money out there. Is this something you think is needed?
Needed, yes.
Yeah, the beach management
Just
plan.
because there's free money doesn't mean we need to go get it.
No, but it does need to be updated. There's just some grammatical. It's not very well put together. And the last time they updated it, to be honest with you, in 2010, it was a half-hearted attempt. It really needs professional updating.
Well, grammatical is one thing. Updating from what you're talking about is different.
Well,
grammatical, you could go.
Yeah, there are different rules in there. Like, for instance, here's an example. They talk about driving on the beaches in one-way direction. Well, we know that's not true. It's two-way. And we need to look at, it's also going to entail looking at the beach parking sticker, which has been $12 for over 15 years now. And so those are the kind of benefits that will come out of this, as well as looking at, me as a public entity, I should be able to, request variances to the Texas Administrative Code for when I'm maintaining public facilities on the beach, in the dunes, behind the dunes, because I'm providing those for the public. And so we need to look at how we can fix some of that, so I have a little more flexibility, because a lot of these private industries or hotels or private homeowners, when they've got something that happens after a storm, they get out there and they can go fix it. Me, I've got to go find money. So I can't always fit within the timelines that the state may put on us from which to make needed repairs after a storm. So there's some things like that that would benefit the public if we go through there and update this.
And does your board support this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But actually, and this will also involve BMAC, Beach Management Advisory Committee. It's going to involve their involvement. And so I can't tell you what to expect there. I don't know what to expect there half the time myself. But if you're okay, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, we have a motion for you to go forward and seek the funding. I'll second that motion.
Okay.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 5, discuss and consider executing a one-year GSA contract for $35,084.05 with Project Mates for construction project management. I think Daryl is here. We had a meeting earlier in the week. Apparently, this is the old program that we had through LAN, but we were not the owners of the program, and there's some information that we still need off of the program. We would be buying it for a one-year contract. We would be able to use it for our other projects as well. We met with Bert and with Juan, and they agreed that the information and then moving forward in that year's time, we could incorporate what is good, what is not good into workday projects. But we have to have this for information that we have no access to, that it is ending. So that was why our suggestion is to move forward with a one-year contract with Project Mates. That would be my motion to pass, and why.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Is that funding coming from capital outlay, or where? Where's the funding coming from?
It is
Capital outlay, Commissioner.
yes, capital outlay. We have a motion and a second then. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you for being here, Daryl. Sorry. Item number 6, discuss and consider authorizing execution of an interlocal agreement between the RTA and Nueces County, providing for our 2024 street improvement program funding. We did get our money for our program for last year. This is for 2024, and I would make the motion to pass. The calculations are done by Teresa.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 7, discuss and consider selection of ICE engineers for engineering services under the master service contract. This is for Hazel Baysmar Drainage Project. I make the motion to pass.
Where was the funds on this coming from? I just didn't know.
It's on there.
It's coming from the ARPA Parks project.
Oh, this is one out of Edwards?
Yes.
Oh, Edward, okay.
Yes.
I just didn't, that wasn't clear to me. That's fine.
It's on the bottom, yes.
Okay.
I make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Another one of yours, Edward, discuss and consider authorizing number 8 and approving the selection of Levy Dykema, sorry, for Oscar Ortiz Park additions and renovations. This is the selection, a conditional selection, I guess.
No, this
just
is
selection
so-
only, not,
So we
yes,
can begin
yes.
the design work, so.
And this is again
under
where?
your ARPA projects too as well?
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll be coming back next court for the work authorization.
The work author, that's what I was looking for, the word for the work. Where we need here, yes, okay, thank you. I'll make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. On item number 9, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of agreement with Musco Lighting under the Buy-Board Cooperative Agreement for the purchasing of lighting at Banquetti Park. Is this one yours?
It's mine.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Commissioner Hernandez. Yes. Uh-huh.
This is actually some of that, the trade-off CO funding that we had, Judge.
Oh, when we took your money, this is coming from the COs then, but that's from the trade-off then. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider the creation of a county assistance district or any other, I'm sorry.
There's several in here that are going to go pretty fast. That one's
Can
going
we
to take a while.
come back to this
Yeah,
one?
I'm
Yes.
okay if you want to
I
come
just
back to it.
noticed that.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
12:05, yes. Item number 11, discuss and consider moving forward with the ARPA-approved engineer Freeze and Nichols for the widening of the Bridge County Road 47. I believe that's yours, Commissioner Chesney with your ARPA funds.
That's correct, Judge. Motion to pass.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor? Oh, wait.
Would you mind amending your motion to say move to approve selection of freeze for this?
Yeah,
It's
I just,
semantics, but, yeah.
when I say pass, I'm just making the motion to
Yes.
pass what's written
That's what he
down.
meant- that's
so-
what he meant to say.
Yeah.
That's right, like mine in the work order. Yes.
Motion to-
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 13, discuss and consider approval for method of procurement IFB for Belk Lane drainage improvements and authorize a purchasing agent to publish a notice and related matters.
Motion?
Yes, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 14, discuss and consider approval of procurement IFB for Petronilla Estates drainage improvements and authorize purchasing agent to publish a notice and related matters. Item number 14 is
And these again, precinct 2, ARPA.
JAG. Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Let's see, what time is it? 12:07. Item number 15. Discuss and consider approval or method of procurement, invitation for bids for the Colonia septic system improvements, and authorize a purchasing agent to submit a notice and related matters.
Can
I had some, go ahead.
I got some, I got some questions I want to ask an executive on this.
Okay, so you want to pull this
I
into
think the next
executive?
two, but I'm not sure. based on-
15 and 16, you want to pull into executive?
Yeah, I just don't, yeah.
Let me make it
Is
in
that
my,
one?
15, 16. I just want,
item 15 and 16,
just legal questions.
yes.
16.
3A 15, 3A 16. We will pull those both.
16.
Item number 17 then, keeping it moving quickly, Commissioner Jag will provide information on the Nueces County Operation Health and Wellness Event for 2024. And that was our IRT, but this is what we're doing this year because the military isn't coming, if I'm correct, and discuss.
Yeah, this
Funding.
is just kind of an update. On the IRT, there will not be an IRT, so since there won't be no IRT, we call it the Health and Wellness, and it will be for 1 week, Monday through Saturday. The two locations will be West Oso and the Robstown Calderon building with the health unit over there. But we kind of took a vote on it of all the participants, all the partners that wanted to do it. Either we not do it, or we did it. So it was probably almost about 100 unanimous vote. Everybody still wanted to do it, something for the community. Because if we don't do it now and next year we do it, they're gonna say, well, they didn't do it last year. That, but I think the corporation has really gotten improved. We meeting with some partners that want to also be donors, so we're going to have a meeting with them to see what financials are we looking at, So right now we're moving forward for I didn't bring the date down on that, but it's going to be in July.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll come back with more, but I just instead of the RT, it'll be the health and wellness program. And it'll be at 2 locations. We provided everything that we did provide with the IRT. The only thing we're not providing is the dental. The eye vision is we're providing. All the medical we're providing. We'll have probably some doctors and some nurses and some volunteers, but also the optometrists will be at Mission of Mercy, like it was before. So. And we're looking at probably giving people vouchers. So we get the financial support, the vouchers, so they can go to get their own glasses and pay for with the vouchers. So So that's the way it looks right now, that the dental will be the only one to kind of be out because the military was the one that actually brought all the dental equipment. So if it works, then we look, hopefully next year we can continue providing this kind of services to our community. By local, instead of IRT, it would be just local partners, vendors, and all that. So we're hoping that it'll work, and I think it will work. So, thanks for y'all's support for the IRT last time. I appreciate all the Commissioners' Court support, and this year we're going to try to also make it good. So I thank the judge for supporting some of this events that we've had, and we've been meeting, and finally we said let's take a vote on it. Vote was unanimous, so we're moving forward.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work on that, too. Yes. Any other? Item number 18, then, discuss and consider authorizing the submission of the TWDB SFY Flood Infrastructure Fund abridged application, designated the county judge as the authorized representative. Commissioner Modas, I believe you worked on this. Is your item, or is someone else presenting this? Sorry.
I think Edward has some information
yes,
for us,
ahead.
but basically this is a great opportunity. It's the first step. I know JJ has got a lot of experience with that and can give us more on that as well if need be. He's probably not prepared, but he could jump in and give us some updates on that as well as Robert as well. But the fifth, this is basically the first step, I believe, in the process. There's typically a two-step process to try to allocate state funding or portion of funding to help cover the cost. It may not be 100%, but it's a good chunk, good enough to help alleviate the entire burden on the county. And so this is just to authorize moving forward on the process. And then if we are awarded or recognized to proceed to a second step, or second round of application, then that would have to come back to court again for additional approval. But it doesn't hurt to ask, and so our ask is just to approve and proceed.
Make the motion to move forward.
Second, or?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 19, discuss and consider how Workday calculates hourly wages and all related matters. I know we were asked to put this off because of an issue, but I think also in transparency and honesty, we have had a lot of complaints. We've had a lot of issues with the Workday calculations from the way we used to calculate it, and especially with our law enforcement and how Workday calculates it. We've had meetings. I've had meetings in my office about this as well, and Dale and their office has come in every time. We do have a Department of Labor investigation going on, and we met with them Monday. They are here doing the investigation. We believe that we are doing it correctly. We met with them, showed them all the information. We are following the Fair Labor Standards Act and all the calculations that are on their website as well. We just would like everyone to know that we are moving forward. We understand there's some frustration if you're hearing complaints. We have someone in, they are checking on this. I believe he said his investigation can take up to 90 days possibly. And when they do end this, they also had someone that can come back and maybe talk to us as well or present something to explain. We want to do it correctly. We appreciate our law enforcement. We appreciate all of our employees. We want to make sure they are paid correctly. We have a new system, and we understand the frustration, but this is important to us. All of your commissioners up here as well, everyone, wants this to be done, and this is the best way to find out if it's done correctly. We're going to do whatever they tell us to do. Hopefully they're going to tell us we're doing it correctly, but we will be getting back to you with that information. So thank you. On item, I guess we're on B, grants, because we'll come back to the big ones, yes, later. 22, sorry. Discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates. Are there any changes to meeting dates? I know we had already changed one, but I think everything else, I haven't heard of any cancellations or problems with meetings, so there should be nothing there. Item B, grants. One, authorize the execution of a grant agreement for $10,000 with the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation to sponsor the Keach Family Library Reading Group with a no cash match.
So moved, Judge.
And I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And before we run off too far, I know Crystal has jumped up, and she's in the back there to a position to help out an employee that we've had out for quite some time. And let me just commend you on what an excellent job you're doing over there on her behalf. We really appreciate you, Crystal. Thank you.
Good job.
Item number 2, I would like to bring that up after executive session. I know there's some issues coming up, and I think we should discuss item number 2 if I could. I'm going to skip and bring it back. I don't think we need to bring it into executive, but I think after executive, bring that item up.
It's fine.
Okay.
Your call.
No
Your call.
vote.
Why after executive? You're going to discuss it anyway.
Do you want to take it to executive?
No, I just want to bring it up afterwards because it pertains to something else, and they're asking for a grant, and we have possibly a motion in executive that may affect this and which department this goes to, so I think we should address it after executive.
Okay.
Yes.
Not a motion in executive,
Not a
but
motion to
discussion.
take it to
Right, right.
executive. I just think we need to
Just to
address it
hold on
afterwards.
till after.
Okay.
Yes. It's not a big deal. Item C1, we're supposed to receive an update on the Hilltop Community Center renovation project. I believe Mr. Richter is here. Before we receive that update, I do have a comment to make about this as well, because I know in the previous agenda, before the agenda was finalized, there was an action item on here, and I'm glad that Public Works is in here as well, because there was some information requested from my office. I think some other people had asked what the perimeters were, but let me be clear, this is a countywide project, and we don't need permission from a single commissioner to release that information. This is, in that district by all means, but this is a countywide project with countywide funds going to it, and my office was told that we could not have information on it, that we had to get the commissioner's permission. It might have been a mistake in your office, but let me be clear, Public Works, this is countywide, so please in the
Judge?
future, remember that, yes.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I understand this is a countywide, but there's such thing as a courtesy. You could have called me. You don't have to go around me, the way things that are working out right now. People that have other interests in doing other things with this building, that's what I'm concerned about. But no, I understand it's a countywide building and what we're doing here. So, but it was me that decided. No, you could have come to me and asked
Commissioner,
me.
my
Either
office,
one of you.
my office
Okay.
did come to your office, and
Our
we were not
office
given
went
it
to
either.
first.
My office did come to your office, and we were told that they didn't have it, so we did try to go to your, okay, well, that's why somebody's
So there's a
got it.
miscommunication here. My problem
Who's
is
got
not
it?
with you, Commissioner, it's not with your office, it's with Public Works not releasing something that I requested. And I'm sorry, I don't know, you may be not aware of it as well, Juan, but these projects are county projects. This court approves, and when we request information, we should have the same access.
Understand this.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry, why all of a sudden interest in this project, all of a sudden? Y'all asked me to come in if I could get the project under the proposed bid, which we did, thanks to Mr. Richter. You said you would approve it. And then it did come in, and now y'all, everybody shows all this special interest in this building.
Because there's no backup, Commissioner. We don't know what
Well,
we're seeing today. And
There's
the other
just a
thing is what
letter
we-
that says
Wait,
they got it.
Let me
We
answer
never
your.
see back up on yours.
Yeah, you do. Tell me what I haven't given you
Well,
backup on. I gave you 1,000 pages of Bob Hall last meeting. You didn't go, you may not have looked at it, but there was 1,000 pages of it. This backup is not a presentation. What this court passed, since you're answering the question, I'm going to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when this court passed conditionally the same scope, my understanding is this didn't come down to 9 million with the same scope. You eliminated an alternative. So the scope of this project is now significantly changed But I don't know that because all I've got is one little letter that says, this is what I got in the backup, that's it. Don't have the presentation that I guess we're going to see on PowerPoint or something. So that's why I asked for it. Because
I don't understand how you all want me to lower the price without, I mean, we have to lower some of the things that are going to get done.
Because it's value engineering to me.
I know, well,
value engineering to me means that you take the same scope and you reduce the cost, not the scope of the project. So now we've gone from, and I don't know because I've been asking, I can't get it, but when we started talking about this, it was we're going to spend $9 million on renovating all of the project. Now we're down to renovating 12,000 feet, I hear, don't know because I haven't seen it. Nobody's given me backup, I'm guessing. I don't know how many square feet are out there, but we're talking about what, that's a 25, 30, 40,000 square foot building, and now we're going to renovate 12 of it for $9 million. I mean, because but that's when I'm just hearing this through the rumor mill, so I've got to ask questions.
Let's let Juan and Mr. Richter explain to us.
Okay, but that's what, you asked the question why there's interest. The interest is there's no backup on a $9 million project.
We're going to have the same problem with your Bob Hall Pier and
No,
your
we're going to
restaurant.
give it to you. I'm going to give you everything we're doing out there. We've given you thousands of pages of documents on
And
Bob Hall Pier. Thousands.
We'll see.
No, not we'll see. I mean, you can have anything you want. The designer brought forward and everything's public, and anytime you want it, you can have it.
I mean, let's see what he's got to say, and let's go from there, I mean.
I guess this means I'm up.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure exactly where to begin, but I think perhaps I'll begin with the comment just now made about the square footage, and then maybe back into a broader perspective on where we are right now. Pardon me. I'm going to turn off my phone. Technically, we are substantially renovating 15,000 square feet, and we are building new just under 8,000 square feet. So fundamentally, we have 23 in this revised value engineered program. We have fundamentally 23,000 feet that is essentially new or renovated to be equal to new. So
how much of the space is total renovation that's not being touched then with this?
There was one wing, and I don't have that right in front of me, but in terms of the physical square footage scope, there was one wing that was bid as a bid alternate, and I think it's probably about 4,000. Yeah, wait, no, it's probably more than that. It's probably roughly 7,000 square feet. That was a bid alternate, and not in the base bid, but it was a bid alternate in the original scope, and that's not being taken because that exceeded the budget. So you could say that the original total scope was roughly 30,000 square feet, new and renovated, and the value engineered scope is roughly 23,000 new and renovated.
And do you have anything like drawings, something?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was going to be that level of detail here. Then let me back up a second. What I was prepared to report was that we've met with DLF, who is the low bidder for the project, and presented to them informal but documented value engineering changes in order to try to bring the project into scope. And some of them are related to square footage. Some are related to things like the mechanical systems had some very sophisticated operable windows for natural ventilation. You may recall that from an earlier presentation. Some green features, some sustainability features that unfortunately had a pretty high price tag, so we removed those, got the building simpler, still has a high quality HVAC system, but is more conventional and simpler. Things like that. A few changes in finishes where we took some large format tile and substituted plaster for it, still a quality material. But we made a series of those changes and were successful in getting the project tentatively to about $9.4 million. And what we were asking to discuss and for authorization, I suppose, today was for our office to go ahead and make the formal changes to the plans.
There is no action on here.
Pardon me?
There is no action.
Okay, well, then
on
maybe
here,
it was a
so-
report just so
Yeah.
that you would, maybe just so that you know what we're
Can't
doing,
move
okay?
forward, yeah.
Yeah.
If there's any cost, you can't move forward without action.
Understood. And we are doing this at our cost, okay? We're making all of these changes at our cost, so we're prepared to do them. But I preferred, and I especially prefer now hearing the discussions today, to not go ahead and make all of those changes at our cost unless we feel like we're going in a direction the county wants to go. So I felt like this was an appropriate time to give you an update so that you know what we've done and what we're prepared to do. So what we've done so far is we have come up with a series of value engineer changes to bring the cost down. Cost is tentatively down to around 9.4. We will not know what the hard final number is until we revise all the plans, go back to the subs formally and get the hard numbers back, and then come back with an actual revised bid. And we expect it can be achieved at about 9.4 with the changes that we are currently contemplating. So that's where we are, and we're prepared to go ahead and make those changes to the plans so that we can come back with a hard number, or not, as you wish. And I understand there's no action, so maybe I'm not going to know what you wish.
You won't.
So, but you understand my dilemma, okay?
Yes.
Can be for the next
we're
meeting,
getting ready
though.
to spend a fair amount of money to
Mr. Rector, I'm just want to say, at one point, I know we did a PowerPoint. I think you showed us a PowerPoint. Then I think that after the PowerPoint, there was a diagram, or there was a how it's going to look. I know you gave us that.
Yes, sir, we did.
You know, you gave us a design showing where we're up to on the design, everything except one wing. So I don't know how come nobody else got them, but I think those were given to us in court. And the PowerPoint was also done in court, probably maybe, last year, maybe, I don't know, October, September, or something like that. And I think that time, I think we did tell you to go back, and I was the one who really asked you, can we cut back? Can we cut back, and do we have to use phase 1 or phase 2, right? And then you were going to go back and kind of redo some of this to make it fit, I guess, into the 7 million, 9 million, whatever it was. But I know you've given us some paperwork. I know you were here
We have presented the design
Right.
on
you've
probably
been here
three different occasions
Right.
at different stages.
Right. So, and it's the feasibility of, and some commissioner said something about value, engineering value, and I can understand all that, but I mean, it's just the same thing as saying, I mean, I don't agree with other things that we do either, especially Jacobs. I don't trust Jacobs at all, but I would say engineering value there, because, I mean, we're talking about spending $26 million over here, Commissioner, $9 million over here, and it seems to be a problem with $9 million, but not $26 million. But I'm just saying, I think that, but for the benefit, I'm just saying he did give us some information.
And I can comment about that, because I pulled those up from the old agendas as well. What we were asking for when it was an action item that probably would have eliminated a lot of this conversation was what was taken out for the value engineering.
What's changed?
And we called down and asked for that, or, we'd be moving forward and probably have more discussion. But when you ask for something, you're told you can't have it, that sends up all kinds of alarms. And then I start looking deeper and I start asking more questions.
What do you mean you can't have it?
We were told by Public Works that Commissioner Hernandez was not releasing it. We could not get it.
Well, I mean,
Well, I got this.
maybe, again, we'll leave it to it. At the end, we want it, we can have it. Same thing with the pier.
That's why I wanted one
have
in
it,
here, because this is a county project. We
So-
ask for something in the future, we are released, no matter
park, you can
whose
have a park,
commissioner's
too.
district it is in.
I'll take
And
whatever you
please
give me.
talk to Bert about that in the future.
Just trying to figure
Judge,
this
I
out.
understand that, and I apologize for that.
Yes.
And I took the lead on that, okay? But I was worried about all this special concern, there was never a concern as much as there is now that we've gotten the
And I
project under budget.
understand that, and I apologize. but-
I just had never gone through this. I've never questioned anybody's.
That was a large amount for a construction project to value engineer the price down. That was my concern. That's why I wanted to know the scope of work, how much did it change?
So,
And that's the reason the questions were asked. That's the reason it was brought to my attention. And then when we were told we couldn't have it, that's what brought all of this
And that's my
about.
fault, Judge.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you.
So we can set it for the next meeting and really go with it.
And then, can you, because you're going to
We
put this
want
back
all the
on-
information.
You're going to have to put this back on the agenda as an
Right.
action item at some point anyway. So David, I think the better part of valor, what you're saying is, there's no action today, so I don't even know how to tell you, I wouldn't go do any changes because I don't know what we're changing. I don't
Well,
have anything to look at.
I think you all know that my office is totally transparent in all things related to public work, and we are happy to share everything we've done so far and all the numbers. And
Could you share what I would like, what I need between now and when we have this on as an action item to decide whether or not we're moving forward with the new scope or old scope or whatever scope, is how many square footage that building is and how much we're renovating. Because when we started this, and I was at that initial meeting, well, not initial, because Commissioner Hernandez worked a ton on this, but I mean, when I was at that meeting, when I met with you, it was, we're going to renovate the entire project. And I even said I wouldn't be comfortable with a number bigger than about the number we're at.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like
If
we're
I
not
may-
now renovating the total project, which concerns me. And I've been honest on that. Hold on, the whole time. So what I need from you is, I need the exact amount of square footage that we are renovating, the exact amount of square footage for the project.
Right.
What now we are supposedly going to look at, because it's different than what we voted on, so now we got to vote on it again, as to what the new scope is, why, and how much that means that if we go back and renovate that we're not renovating, how many more millions is that going to cost us down the road? Those are the kind of things, this is a big difference. Because if you're taking out a wing that's 7,000 square feet, and I don't know, is that the wing where the election stuff is all?
No.
Okay, so is that wing not included in the renovation?
It is not.
So
If
how
I
many
may,
how many square feet is that?
just because I understand that all of this will be covered when we submit this information
that's what
to
I
you.
meant, right.
But in the spirit of people getting an accurate view of what we're actually doing, the project has never proposed to totally renovate the entire Hilltop facility. Even the very earliest design we had 3 wings renovated and 3 wings that were left for future renovation. And it's been that way for a long time. The third, what we are at now with the value engineering, is to go from 3 to 2. So
basically, we're going to, for $9 million, so that we're clear, we're renovating 1/3 of Hilltop.
we're renovating 1/3 and we are building new, the equivalent of another wing. Okay,
So we're leaving 2/3 unrenovated now with this project.
Well, the total square footage is approximately 45,000 square feet.
What's your total?
Total of everything.
All 6 wings?
All 6 wings.
Okay.
Plus the new that we're building.
I know, but just let me stick with, because I didn't know
40?
the new is, y'all, that was a design change and whatever, because my goal was to try to renovate as much as possible.
Right.
But 45,000 square feet, and under this, you're renovating 15,000 of the 45,000 existing, and then you're adding 8,000 based on the numbers you gave me earlier.
I'm sorry, but the 45,000 includes the new. Okay, that's the total, that there is.
I want to know what the total.
I'm sorry, but I don't have that right
When
here.
you come back,
The scope,
that would
I
be
will,
good
I will.
information.
But we're renovating, if you want to look at it strictly in the terms of the existing facility, it is accurate to say that we are renovating now with this revised scope 1/3, 2 of the 6 wings. But we are adding square footage such that we will have new and renovated combined 23,000 square feet, which is half of the whole of the total facility, not 1/3. Okay, so those are the numbers that we have right now. Now the scope that was discussed, if I may, way back when there was contemplating removing the entire facility and building an entire new facility, was 30,000 square feet, roughly a 30,000 square foot total building. as opposed to 45. So if you want to look at it in comparative terms, we are proposing renovation and new totaling 23,000 square feet versus, say, 30,000 that was contemplated entirely new, but we still have 22,000 of existing facility that's functional, that's available for future renovation. So it's a bigger project if you don't tear the existing building down, but you're not able to renovate the whole thing because renovation's expensive, just like new construction is. So it's a complicated equation. And in terms of the value proposition for the county, nobody's more sensitive to value than we are. Okay, we're spending a lot of effort to try to give you good value. And so we will provide you with the square footages that you need, and you can compare new versus renovations and decide where you think the best value is, because that's really what we're all here to try to do.
Thank you, and
You're
I guess he will. Commissioner Hernandez will probably put this on the next agenda as well for you.
Yes, I will, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Appreciate you coming. Item number 2, discuss and consider selection of ICE engineers for the new Driscoll Community Center project, Precinct 1, and related matters. Any motions for this must include some language on contingent on the MOU or deed from the city of Driscoll to the county for the land that this is going to be on. Yes.
That's correct, Judge.
Is it an MOU or is it a deed?
It'll be both, Judge. It'll be a deed and also the MOU.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the total project on this one? It was 500,000,
I
right?
think it was 500,000, Commissioner.
And that's
total.
going to cover it. We've
That's
done an
including-
OPCC on that.
It's a turnkey project.
Those ARPA funds.
Yes.
And then what, have we done an analysis on what to operate the building is and all that? Y'all got that budgeted in?
Yes, sir. I think right now that's being maintained by Inland Parks, so the building would still
That's
be
in their
maintained.
budget?
It would be the same.
He's not here.
Yeah. Any other questions or motions?
Second.
We have a motion to pass and a second contingent upon the MOU and deed with the city of Driscoll for the land. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
We have one abstaining. Item number 3 will require the same contingency on there. Yes.
That's correct, Judge.
Discuss and consider execution of work authorization number 1. And this would not begin until after we receive this MOU, right?
That's
We're not
correct.
going to begin work before we have the deed or the MOU with the, I want to make that clear. We're not doing
That's-
something and then afterwards it's not okay.
That's
Okay.
correct, Judge.
Okay.
Do you need to make that as a specific motion, Judge?
Yes, I would make the motion to pass work authorization number 1 contingent upon the MOU and deed with the city of Driscoll, but for work to not begin until we have that documentation.
And the property's deeded.
And the property is deeded, yes. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
Another abstain. And item D, let's try to get through these, and then we may come back to the longer items after our break for executive. Item D, purchasing. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving a method of procurement for the moored transportation services. This is something that happens annually, and you're having a bit of trouble with the one that you have, the weight response or something, but I would make the motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider conditional selection of progressive structures for veterans and social services renovations here on the courthouse. That is ARPA-funded money. I would make the motion to approve as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider conditional selection of Amistad Community Health Center for the public health services at the Calderon Building. And let me make sure that I'm part of this. I know it's conditional selection. We don't have a contract to sign yet, but these services are to begin on October 1.
October 1, 24.
Yes.
And at this point, we're not talking money yet, we're just
No.
talking picking and then negotiating?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Pending the contract being signed,
Yes.
right?
But that's going to come back, right? I mean, we're going to come back to talk about how much, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, this is a conditional selection. When you approve the selection, we'll begin negotiating process. We'll come back with the contract, and then the court will have an opportunity to see the exact costs of everything and be able to make a decision based on that.
One question for clarification. On the bid that was put on the RFP, what were the services that generally, what were the services that were placed with that RFP, or was there anything specific?
Just give me a second, I'm bringing it
Or
up.
maybe Commissioner knows. I mean, or maybe Commissioner knows. The general services, or what would the?
It'll be mostly all your screenings, all your screenings.
All the screenings like you mentioned
And the
before.
HIVs and cause of disease and the vaccines. For children, vaccines for the adults.
And so, I've said this before, especially with Amistad. I mean, the time that we had the chance to go and take a tour, Commissioner Gonzalez and I was going to say a few months ago, but I'm sure it's been longer than that now, probably at least 6 months or so. But I know we're just getting them into the community, assuming this passes, and it's going to be able to do a lot based on our moves that we're trying to make to become more of a health unit. But I always want to see additional services provided. So that's something that I would consider, that if my funding is available through ARPA to help support growth as we're doing, let's do it now rather than do phase 1 and then do it later before the money expires. So if I have anything left, I'd like to put some towards that, just to expand that. But the reason why I was asking on services would be also because, I mean, dental is real near and dear to my heart, dental services, and that ties in directly with the overall medical and health care and the preventative part, to be able to catch a lot of health conditions. So I'd like to see if that could be added at some point later on. Not now, but just so we can talk about it and know that may come up at some point. So.
Right. So when we work with Amistad to go over the contract terms, it will identify specifically the exact services that are covered, and we'll be sure that is prominently given to you guys, so y'all have a chance to see what those services include. And I believe that there were some meetings that went on between Dr. Gonzalez and the hospital district to make sure that we are not overlapping with any other services that would be conflicting in nature. But I would leave that to the expert, and I'd let Dr. G come in and explain that to you guys next time around.
Yeah, no need to explain right now. Just keep me in the loop on that, and if there's something that grabs my attention, I'd like to be a part of that. Not to break any quorum. If the judge is going to be there, then definitely not. But if it's only one commissioner, definitely want to be a part of that. So.
We're going to use ARPA funds, but to renovate the building.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the things. So.
Right now, that's
Thank
where
you.
we're at.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item E, Mr. Auditor, approve the budget amendment number 4 for the fiscal year 23-24.
Slight clarification on the agenda. It says number 4, but your backup says that agenda budget change number 5. So it is truly budget amendment number 5.
Okay.
It's a real small budget amendment. The biggest ones are for the district attorney. They had a lot of vacancies, and they were able to hire some vacancies. And once they hire some vacancies, they require training. There's no local training, so they have to have some money moved from their other services in charge of travel to be able to train these. Most of these have to go to Austin for training. They have the funds available for this, and I submit budget change order 5 for your acceptance.
Make the motion to approve.
I could.
Go ahead.
Well,
Do you, can I get a second?
Second for discussion.
Yes.
I don't know if this is where it goes or not, but.
Okay.
Dale, on budget amendments, and I don't know if this is the point, but maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I'm still and I've been asking, I don't know how many times, but, and I know you send me all kinds of paperwork, and I'm looking at it, but I'm still, my deal is still where we at with the interest from the ARPA funds. And I know, I guess from December to now, we've probably have $1.3 million, and I know that we moved to $1.6 million. So where do we move that to?
It's all goes to the general fund.
I'm sorry?
It goes to the general fund.
The general fund?
Yes.
So what, do we approve that or not?
Yes, y'all approved, when we first established our ARPA, it was brought up that the interest from the funds would be accounted for and approved and moved into the general fund for regular resources.
Well,
And that's when ARPA first started.
We might have, yeah, we might have done that. I still think we need to know when that's done, you know, because if we move 1.6, and sometimes we don't have no money to do certain things, we might have money to do certain things. Because I don't know where that money is being used at, the 1.6.
It's general fund, it's regular appropriations, and regular reserves.
Well, it might be reserved, but I know we're using it somewhere.
It's general fund.
Well, okay, can you break it down in general fund, see where you spend it?
Tax office, the county attorney, the district attorney, our office, your office, every department that has a general fund gets funds.
1.6, you tell me where it went.
Everybody has a budget that they can only spend that is approved annually, but.
Yes.
And I'm not worried about that.
Okay, okay, that's not in addition to that. Anything that's not budgeted, just like, what was it, a couple of meetings ago, we had to transfer money because Edward Inland Parks had 60,000 that they had done for us, for the commissioners, that was over and above.
Should have come through us first.
That should have come through us first, but that money had to come out. That's one thing that gets moved out of general fund that's not been budgeted
Well,
for.
I just think too much money is being moved around without us knowing where is it going to, you know?
It's all goes to the general fund, Department 1180. That's where it's all goes.
I don't know, we're too loose with this money interest and not knowing, but I'm just keep on questioning. I'm gonna have to probably put in the agenda every time, I guess, but, you know.
Fine.
I'll be like the peer, I guess, put in the agenda every meeting. Guess so.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, but I was just not comfortable with that.
Okay. But on this, or with this transfer, the $10,000, the amendment number 5, not 4, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
No,
Did you say no?
no, I'm not
Yes.
clear what's going on.
Yeah. Item number 2, accept and approve project budget amendment number 2.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a real small budget change order for a couple of projects we have. We're moving some money from County Road 26, that I believe has been finalized, to Petronia Equipment Estate Drainage to cover that area. And we're creating a new Keach Library rain garden for $10,000. That fund's coming from allocated funds for Commissioner Precinct 3 from both the general appropriation funds as well as 2021 COs. The funds are available for these transfers.
Go ahead.
County Road 26?
What was the question?
Is it County Road 26?
26A.
County Road 26A from County Road 35 to 37.
Commissioner, that's the change order.
That's precinct 1, I think that's my precinct. Huh?
That's correct, Commissioner, it's your
Your
precinct.
change order for, yes.
Okay. You got that one, Teresa?
Yes.
These are my county roads, right?
I make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have a couple of things to come back to, but I think we'll break for executive now, unless, you don't want to
That's
check
good
the
with
other
me.
until we get
I'm
back.
good. Yeah, it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while, so item number 4, executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there's been a a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, Commissioners Court will hold executive session to consult with the attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in the executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items listed in the executive session. Item A, we are going to consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters relating to cause number 220 CV 00263, David Longoria, individually and on behalf of the estate of David Johnson, deceased, versus Javier Zapata Jr., and that is Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney on cause number 2023 CCV 60026-2, Robert Novotny versus Nueces County in the County Court at Law Number 2, Nueces County, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to creating and changing county departments, department head job descriptions, and reporting structures for the upcoming 24-25 county budget and all related matters. Take action if necessary on the same in open session. I believe that would be 551.071 as well. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the reorganization of county departments and reduction in force generally pursuant to Nueces County Personnel Policy Manual and all related matters, 551.071. Discuss and consider taking action related to Social Services Department in the 2024-25 fiscal year. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to an interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, TERS number 6, Barisi Village, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item F, deliberate business and financial issues relating to a contract being negotiated, the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, TERS number 6, Barisi Village, Texas Government Code 551.0725. Item G, consult with the county attorney on legal matters regarding the Nueces County Auditor's request for claim information to be considered in the 2023 independent audit and related matters, 551.071. And then we are bringing in item 3A15. Discuss and consider approval of method of procurement for the Colonia's septic system. There's some questions in 551.071 for with our county attorney, and 3A16 similar. Discuss and consider funding request for the Colonia septic system improvements, and section 551.071 as well.
And then my apologies, Judge, but on F, in order to do the contract negotiation discussion under 5510725, there's got to be that vote beforehand in open 5-0, if that's the vote, that doing so in public would be detrimental to the position of the county.
Or, I thought it was everybody that's here, or do we need to go get them?
Yeah, I think we said that before. Everybody that's here
I think it was unanimous. We can go try to get them, but I don't know where they went. I'd make a motion to just do whatever you just said we need to do.
Yes. I make a motion to take this into executive because it would be detrimental to the county to discuss this in public.
I'll
Motion
second or.
and a second?
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion is unanimous. Now, I've already read through all of these things that we are taking into executive. It is 12:55. Can I gavel this? Are you okay?
Oh.
Okay, it's like you're looking at me like we're going forward, okay. It is 12:55 and we are going into executive session. We will be. Are we ready, Connie?
Yes, ma'am.
4:01, and we are back in session. I will go to executive item B, and I believe Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a motion for that? Uh-oh, sorry.
I'd like to make my motion to approve and execute the settlement agreement and release on case number 2023, C as in Charles, C as in Charles, B as in Victor, 60026-2, Robert Nobatini and Nueces County, Texas, versus Nueces County, Texas, in the County Court of Law number 2, Nueces County, Texas. Order the auditor and county clerk's office to expedite the payment and check release in accordance with the settlement.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 They didn't say we had to say. Do we have to list the amount?
Oh, yeah, we do have to say the amount.
10,000? 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah, it wasn't written on there.
You're right.
Sorry.
10,000.
All those in favor, we said aye, I think already. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, Kara. Item D, Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, after great discussion and deliberation, I would make a motion to eliminate social services, all but 2 positions as of September 30th, 2024. The positions will be shifted to Veteran Services to handle pauper burials and any other related matters. The monies budgeted for assistance will be allocated to an agency to be determined by Commissioners Court at a later date. The remaining budget savings for the admin cost of that department shall be designated for employee raises for our existing employees to be budgeted in for the 2024-2025 budget.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign?
No.
The motion passes. Moving on to item F. Commissioner Matas, I believe that one's yours.
Thank you, Judge. Make a motion to make a motion for the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 6, Breezy Village. This is for the approval of that interlocal agreement.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving to the regular agenda, 3A10, Commissioner Chesney, I believe you have a motion on that
Hang on, Judge.
to move to the next meeting or something.
Let me catch up there 1 second. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know which one.
That's okay.
Judge, this is a very important item to discuss, this 1/8 of a cent sales tax. It's something that we all need and have needs for, city, county, lots of different entities. It's late in the afternoon, and I think the better part of valor at this point would be to table this, to have a discussion with the City of Corpus Christi to see if there is some common ground that we could work together on in finding a way to work with them to for both of us to benefit, meaning maybe the county got some of this and the city got some of this, and come up with different ways that we could use this money to help people all over Nueces County, including the City of Corpus Christi. And I think that's really important to do. I know, Judge, you've had some peripheral conversations with the mayor, and I think that's fantastic. I think we need to do it in a more formalized fashion. And so before I make a motion to table, I'd like to make a motion that we direct that to be a more formalized process quicker. because, you know, the city has a timeline that I know they finally outlined yesterday, and it's pretty lengthy, meaning they don't even call for a vote until August of this year. I mean, we need to know if we're going to be able to get anywhere with them. So my first motion, before I make a motion to table, would be just to direct you and whomever I don't know how we want to do that. I'll let the court want to weigh in.
Given my situation, it should maybe
That's a
be
good
you.
point. That's fine.
yeah.
Maybe, I forgot you're going to be gone, so I guess that's fine, myself, and however you want to, I don't care. If anybody wants to volunteer, if somebody else from the court wants to go, I'm happy to. I think it should be at least two of us, maybe, and we have discussions with the city and whoever they do it, because I think it's really important. So I'd like to designate who.
You and John?
Jeff for administrative?
Pardon?
Jeff for administrative, for the administrative fee?
This is the 1/8 of a cent sales tax, to see if we can sit down and work with it. So did you volunteer, Commissioner Modis?
Sure, I mean, I'll be available, definitely.
Again, easy for me. Anyway, so I didn't plan on that making the motion to be me, but you're right, Judge, you're going to be gone, so for your very personal and valid reasons. So I would guess make the motion for myself and Commissioner Modis to have some preliminary discussions very quickly with the City of Corpus Christi and whoever they designate, to see if there's some common ground that we can find before putting this on for an action item for the county.
I agree. Good point. Did we second that motion, or do we need? I'll second the motion.
Yeah, it's a motion, so it's
I'll
official.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Having done it that way, then, Judge, I would like to table the discussion of item 10 until the next Commissioners Court meeting.
The 24th.
And hopefully that's pretty quick, and I don't know if we can get it done that quick, but I want to definitely put it on, and if we have to table it again, I'd rather do it that way.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Second
So motion
that
to table
motion.
till next Commissioners Court meeting.
We have a motion and a second to table to the 24th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Commissioner Gonzalez, your 3A15 and 3A16.
Agenda item 15 and 16, I want to go ahead and table that for the next meeting on the 24th. Work with the county attorney to see if we can get something going here. Okay.
I'll second that motion as well. So we have a motion to table item 3A15, 3A16 to the next April 24th meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. And then we have to go to B2. And the reason I held off on this one was because of the previous motion as well. Discuss and consider the submission of a grant application for the Emergency Food and Shelter Program Phase 41 grant made through the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I'm told that there's like $40,000 funds. We asked for it. It's a no cash match. We could still go after it, as we are not intending to do anything in social services till the end of the fiscal year, and a couple of those people are going to be moving to another department. So I would suggest voting yes, or my motion would be to apply for this grant to help people.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Did you need to say anything, Anna?
Judge, oh, sorry.
No, it's not. I don't know. It's not really.
Don't work with humans.
What was that?
Now, I just wanted to, I know we get several grants for the social services for assistance, and if we're going to eliminate that department with just 2 employees, I don't know if the rest of this funds can be used. And also we have the Veterans Assistance from the Texas Veterans Commission that it's $150,000 that may be coming up in May. So those are other.
Then maybe we need to table this to the next meeting as well, and maybe.
No, it has to be. I mean, I can apply, and because the deadline is next week, so it won't be. Yeah,
Lions can always cancel whatever, but.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
But if it's going to be for the veterans, I mean, it still can be passed on to the veterans, right?
Yeah,
It's
we're gonna put-
$150,000, and usually they are vetted through the Veterans Department, and the Veterans Department issues bus passes as needed for transportation, but anything else would go through social services for the criteria for rental, utilities, assistance, and any other things that are budgeted for. So it's just, heads up, we might have to decline those funds because it is a lot of work.
Okay, and I think we want to put some people there. You can go for the grants anyway, and we'll see how it works out and what we need. Probably would be best for you to send us a list of those and the amounts of what they are used. I know we have turned some back. There's some money, and I know we cut down on funds there, so.
I'll keep you posted.
We
And
have
I
a
think Rebecca
motion
sends us the things anyway.
And a second to go after this grant. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Judge, can I go back on to 10 again, just
Yes.
to clarify that? I know I made that motion, but I really want to make sure that the motion includes representatives, not representative, from the city council. Since there's a couple of us, I would like it to be the city manager and 2 or 3 city council people. I just wanted to kind of make sure that was okay to put,
Yeah, I don't
that
think it's
in.
a formal number in any way, shape, or
Right,
form.
I
I
just
think
want to
we
be
just
able to
get a
articulate
group
correctly
together. Yes.
to the mayor and city manager that I'm sending that we would like, 2 or 3 council members to be involved, just so that we have a real good, active, open dialogue about it. So I just want to, if I need to remake the motion, I will, or if that's okay, Kara, if I can just kind of add that in.
I don't think
say
it's that
multiple.
formal of a committee. I think it's fine.
Well, it's
just
in your
to-
minutes. I want it to be multiple. You okay with multiple? All right. Kara says yes. There you go. All right, fair. Intent, there you go. Thank you very much.
The
Thank
intent,
you.
yes,
Thank you.
please. Is there anything else that I might have overlooked? People, everybody's items? I've got enough circles and come back and scratch through, and we bounced forward, so I just would like a second set of eyes, making sure. But I think that is it. Do we have any adjournments in memory of?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Judge, first one that I have is Jeannie Goodhue, passed away on March 26, 2024. She was born in 1949 in Florida. She was raised in Corpus Christi, Texas, and graduated from Ray High School in 1967. Jeannie loved animals like flamingos, dolphins, and cardinals. She enjoyed Bruce Springsteen, reading, spending time with her nieces and nephews and her girlfriends. She will always be remembered for her love of laughter, involvement in her church, and her love for friends and family. She's preceded in death by her parents, Norma and Daryl, her grandparents, and her nephews. Left to cherish her memories for many family members that will miss her greatly. Jeannie was a very dear friend of my mother's and knew her for many, many years, and just was a very inspirational woman who will be missed by this community a great deal. So our condolences for sure to the Goodhue family. The second one, Rene Lopez Garza Jr., 36, loving son, father, brother, and friend, passed away on Monday, April 1st, 2024. Rene had a passion for collecting Air Jordan tennis shoes and had been employed at Winbrook Electric as an electrician for 19 years. He's survived by his loving family, his father, Rene, wife, Star Garza of Corpus Christi, his mother, Veronica Lopez of Sinton, his wife, Elisa Marie Garza of Odom, his children, Julius Michael Garza, Adeline Renee Garza, Jordan James Garza, Jace Bentley Garza, Aria Marie Garza, Jarvis Matthew Garza, and Damon Santillana. His brothers, Ryan Garza of Odom, Ronnie Garza of Sinton, and Javier Lopez of Odom, and his sister Layla Star Garza of Corpus Christi. We definitely left this earth way too long after a long battle with illness, and our condolences to the Garza family on the loss.
Very much. Any others, commissioners?
No.
If not, then I would say this meeting is adjourned. It is 4:16. It's been a long day.